bay, vacay, I'm staying B-side. Breaking the blues over steak, I gotta eat right. You could be my peace sign. I don't need that energy around me. I just need sun, you're so cloudy. I wake up good, you're so grouchy. Please get from around me. Just me, myself, and I, my favorite threesome. Yeah. The cars I drive by, I never lease them. No. They say if you can't beat them, then you join them. No. That's no option, I don't join, I always beat them. Yeah. I was fake, had to find me. Now I'm on beat, skating like I'm grinding. L hit me, said it's all about the timing. If you want the vision, get to spinning. My mama told me trust in God, it's never limits. Now I'm on the scoreboard, running up the digits. I put in work, you know I'm up to get it. Early bird gets the worm and the Yankee fitted. Like whoa, bags under my eyes and you know. Won't complain, I'm tired, I'm on go. For that grip, 10 toes till they swole. For that grip, 10 toes till they swole. Remember those days, those L's, I couldn't sleep right. Now I get paid, vacay, I'm staying B-side. Breaking the blues over steak, I gotta eat right. You could be my peace sign. I don't need that energy around me. I just need sun, you're so cloudy. I wake up good, you're so grouchy. Please get from around me. I was starving, now I'm eating till my belly full. From up north, we get cold, you need a heavy coat. Scared to end up on a shirt before it's centerfold. Devil on my back, target on me, deadly too. Play the keys, don't tweet. It's not peace, don't speak. 24, no sleep. This is real, no tweet. My bros for life, can't break this lane. Family on my side, baby stay around me. I don't want no combo, I want checks. I don't want the second, I want this. I'm all in my ass way, I'm a wreck. I've been moving like a hot mess. I don't want no combo, I want checks. I don't want the second, I want this. I'm all in my ass way, I'm a wreck. I've been moving like a hot mess. Want that combo, better know you'll need a check from me. Can pay to play, the sun still won't get a cent from me. I mix the fit up with the sound like it's a remedy. I mix it up inside the pot, watch it drip while it drop. Time to take it to the top. Chips all in the middle like it fall, no I won't flop. We gon' pop like a soda can top. To me this is nothing, call my bluff and I won't stop when I flex. I don't want no combo, I want checks. I want the checks, yeah. I don't want the second, I want best. I want best, yeah. By any means, that's a triple threat. A triple threat. Yeah, this is getting bigger, I might flex. I don't want no combo, I want checks. I don't want the second, I want best. I'm all in my ass way, I'm a wreck. I've been moving like a hot mess. I don't want no combo, I want checks. I don't want the second, I want best. I'm all in my ass way, I'm a wreck. I've been moving like a hot mess.
We're about to do it. And I got security boss Unsolicited. I'm gonna get it right this time because I butchered it the last time. What's going on, sis? How you doing?
I'm doing well. How are you?
Man, good. Hey, tired, man. I've been grinding. I had to put the show back a little bit, but I'm here. But you're a content creator, and and I know putting these shows together is extremely time consuming. When you're a one-man show, it's extra hard. So it is what it is. But let's have a conversation. We're going to talk about something that's very telling, but also something, security boss, that needs to be addressed in these very modern times when it appears that relationships are not only faltering, but when we have women like yourself that seek to bring clarity to the discussion as we seek to more or less bring balance to this union, even women like yourself are met with disdain and also with a level of ill repute. But before we start, I want you to tell the audience who you are and what your channel is about and why your channel is so important as it relates to the evolution of Black men, women, and men and women in general.
Hello, everyone. I am Security Boss, and my channel is Unsolicited. And here I speak mostly about being married. I've been married for 27 years this year, and I actually just go through my life, my ups and flows of my life, and the things I experienced, the wisdom that I gained from the things that I came from my marriage. And I just want to share those things with women. I actually was able to see a wife, my mother. She was a wife until the day she passed away. I do come from a double or a husband, excuse me, a man and woman, husband and wife, two-parent home. And so I've actually seen it. Not that it was perfect in any way, but I actually talk about that and want women to understand that that is the most, for me, it has been the best life to be a married woman, to be covered, to be a traditional woman, to be covered, protected by my husband. And I want everybody to be able to, all women, to be able to share that. And also the fact that the nuclear family is the only way that our culture can actually survive. This is my opinion. And I think we need to get back to that. Not that it's perfect, but it's a way that we can keep our next generation intact, and men continue to be men, and we'll continue to prosper. This is my thoughts.
No doubt, no doubt. I appreciate your thoughts. Your thoughts are very succinct, and your thoughts are very timely in a time where loyalty appears to be faltering. And sadly, many of our women don't understand the importance of the mission of loyalty as it relates to the psychodynamics of a man, as it relates to helping him become the better version of himself. Security Boss, we're going to look at something about defining loyalty. But before we look at the actual working definition of loyalty, what does loyalty mean to you? Because loyalty means different things to different people. But in its truest sense, what does loyalty mean to you?
In its truest sense in relationships is I'm going to be with you no matter what, good or bad. This is how it's going to be. I'm going to be loyal to you. I'm going to be respectful to you, and it's going to be about you and me. That's loyalty.
Fair enough, fair enough, fair enough. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to bring up the working definition of what loyalty is, and let's see what the definition of loyalty is, and if the working definition actually has credence to what you're saying. So the working definition of loyalty is that the quality of being loyal, and it's similar to what you were talking about, the quality of being loyal, the loyalty to her husband. A strong feeling of support or allegiance, faithfulness, fidelity, that dirty word, obedience. And also adherence. Why do, in your opinion, and it's just your opinion, why do you think many have failed by the wayside, Security Boss, as it relates to being loyal to a man? Because Chris Brown said it better than me back in 2014. He said these 304s ain't loyal, and because of that, a lot of men are saying, you know what, I'm good. I'm not wasting my time and money with the modern woman. And listen, we know that there are some women that are actually good women. I'm not here to castigate 100% all women. I do believe that there's a remnant of women that are wife worthy and wife ready. But I think it's a remnant. I don't think it's big. You and I had a conversation when we was in the Queen City. Many men think it's less than 10%. Some say 1%. And it's all anecdotal, but many just feel like the percentage is too low, and that the end doesn't justify the means. And listen, I do agree with you. I think in order to have a more perfect union as it relates to community, we do need families. We do need men and women. I've been married for 26 years, but if I was a single man again, I don't think I would deal with the typical modern woman. My standards are extremely high, and I'm not going to fight with a woman for power in the relationship. Either you're going to honor me and respect me as your man, or you can do like Beyonce, say to the left, because I'm not going to be jousting in the relationship. But back to point. I want you to add clarity to what I just said a minute ago. And guys, get the likes up. It's 14 in the house. Let's get this stream popping. We got Security Boss Unsolicited in the house. Share the content, get the stream up. It's going to be a good show, but I want you guys to share the content and get the stream popping. But go ahead, Security Boss. As I say what I say, go ahead.
I think there's a couple of answers or reasons why women, modern day women, are out of order. I think it's a couple. I don't think it's just one. We have that definite feminist movement where women are, want to be equal. But we also have a group that just haven't had any examples of what a wife looks like or what a successful marriage looks like. So it lends to say, why would I even want it? Because I don't even see that it would work for me or that it would be beneficial for me. So to me, those are the two reasons: the feminist waves, and also just not having good examples of what, and I'm gonna go to our culture. I'm gonna go to the Black community, not having good examples of what marriage is supposed to look like. I mean, we see people that are married all the time, but are they good marriages? Do you see the husband or the woman pouring into that relationship? You know, that they're happy, they're loving each other, they're building, what comes out of it seems like it's good. Do you actually see that?
Right.
So I think that that's a huge part of what our women, what appears to make our women out of order, is that the examples in the feminist movement. But I based my marriage. My husband and I came to our marriage is definitely on godly principles. So
no doubt, right.
For me, I hate to do this, but I have to blame my husband for for our marriage. You know what I'm saying? If we're not in sync, it's because he's not in sync.
Okay.
So I'm saying marriage is a concept that came directly from the Bible. So if that's what you want, you have to be in sync with what it says your job is to do, man and woman. Mm-hmm. But just to answer the question generally that you asked, we're out of order all the way around. But women are more so out of order because of in the recent years, there hasn't been many examples of a wife. And then there hasn't been good examples of marriages and also the feminist movement. But I do want to say this. The percentage of women that want the marriage or that could be good wives, I don't know what it is, but I would say more so like a 20%. That if I had to say, I would give them 20. And this is what I'm saying. You have some who do come from a two-parent household who may have seen a wife, who may have an idea of a marriage and who may want it. But you also have that group that says, you know what? I don't want to be single. And I do know that I need a man. And though that's a group of women that we would say that I would call women who are willing. And what men have to understand is that we don't come here knowing everything. We're not trying to say that I got it together. We do really need you all to lead us. Right. We definitely need you all to be our covering and to protect us. And that group of women are not being, they're being totally overlooked.
Right. And I think there is a small remnant that are trying to do the right thing. I think there's a remnant that's being overlooked. You're right. It could be 20%. I don't know. If we look at, the 24 states in the United States, but if it is 20%, that's extremely low. Many of the men are saying that based on their anecdotal experiences, security boss, some are saying 10, some are saying less than 5% that are wife ready and wife worthy. But before we go any further, I'm going to send a special shout out to my man, Jazz Man, 803 for that $10 super sticker.
That's a deal, right?
And I appreciate it, guys. Also, as I said earlier, guys, go check out Security Boss on her channel. But also get the likes up, get the stream popping. And please go share this show as we seek to grow this channel and as we seek to bring balance to a time where things are very unbalanced. You saw the working definition of loyalty. From your own anecdotal experience, security boss, what percentage of women would you say actually exude the definition of what loyalty is?
Well, let me say it like this. I didn't think that women, that was really the position for a woman to be loyal. Men typically are the loyal. Women are typically faithful. But I think the two kind of go hand in hand. I do think, and I'll just have to be honest, if a man is not being loyal to a woman will leave a man. So not that it's a smart thing to do, is just that we're emotional and we'll detach if the emotional side is not being fed correctly per se. So I don't do percentages in this. I just try to reach as many women that I can and set examples, because I don't even know what stat you would look up to say how many of y'all are loyal. I don't know that because so many women. And, let me say this too. If we start with the examples and people see that they're winning, that we're winning here, being married is winning, you get what you need, your femininity brings out what needs to happen, it's strength and femininity, then things will start to change. It's just, right now it's all about being masculine and dominating men and challenging them because of what they hear, the social media, just like your that post or that that little commercial said. It's all about social media and the negative influence that is given. We have to actually turn that influence around or add to it something positive, and then you will see a shift, because right now, women are already saying that the feminist movement messed me up. I was wrong. I'm done. Right. I was duped. Now what? You know, I just don't want to see a whole bunch of women in their 50s and 60s by themselves and angry. And I think if they had an opportunity to do something different, you know, if it was called out, they may change their minds. Now, will it be too late? Maybe. I don't know.
Right.
But, you know, you love who you love.
Well, you know, Security Boss, you said something that was very, very profound. But, you know, many times loyalty and faithfulness are actually synonymous to one another as it relates to men and women. And I think I see where you're coming from. But just like women need the emotion part of them assuaged, men need the mental part of them assuaged as well, meaning they need to be stimulated, which is their ego. And part of their ego is what I call the inner sanctum of masculinity. The inner sanctum of masculinity, Security Boss, is that special place where only God can go, but also only a few can go as it relates to the intimacy of a man. When you think about the Ark of the Covenant was something that was synonymous to something holy. And it becomes sacrilegious when you allow somebody to go there and then they violate it. Loyalty is so powerful to men. And when men don't get that loyalty, then the men can't be the better version of themselves. Men by nature are not emotional. So when they do get emotional, based on the fleeting emotion called love, it could be something very irreparable if that love is not sustained due to context of honor and respect. And so I think many times, Security Boss, our women get so caught up on the feelings of love, but they don't understand the duty that's associated with those feelings. Because see, in a relationship, it's symbiotic, meaning you got to take care of him in order for him to take care of you. But if men are not being taken care of mentally, he can't take care of you emotionally or physically. And because of that, many men are saying, Security Boss, look, I just don't see the benefit. I'm good. I want to ask you a question. Linda Moore asked a question. What is your opinion of the meaning of being wife ready? That's my sister. A good friend, but she said, what is your opinion of the meaning of being wife ready? And then I'll give my opinion, but go ahead, sis.
For me, being wife ready is you are now, your mindset as a single person has gone. You are now positioning yourself and aligning yourself to receive or to be chosen by your husband. And what that means is you're ready to submit. You know, you got to sacrifice, you know, now you're thinking you're planning to be one with another person. So anything that would be single and about yourself is no longer. You're actually positioning yourself to think about that other person first. Now listen, I go deeper than that. I say all the girlfriends are out the door. The social media is no more. Right. You actually cut yourself off because you're positioning yourself to concentrate on your husband, which is in turn after that become your family.
Yes, ma'am.
So that's what I consider wife ready.
No doubt. I like that. I think that's awesome. And, you know, some would say, you know, that's old school and antiquated, but I think you're 100% correct. And I'm going to tell you why I agree with it. Many people forgot, Security Boss, that really being a wife was about duty. It was about duty. It really wasn't about the nebulous feeling called love. A wife-ready woman to me is a woman that can, have mastery over her emotions. That's one way to be wife-ready. Because see, when a woman can love a man and honor her man outside of her feelings and her emotions, then she's wife-ready because she realizes and understands that the duty of marriage and the honor associated with that marriage supersedes your fickle feelings. Many times women have more or less got divorced based on fickle reasons, like I don't love him anymore. I'm not feeling him anymore. Yeah. I don't want to be part of this relationship anymore. But they don't understand the importance of duty because you're right. There are going to be times when you don't feel like being in love. There are going to be times when you don't feel like being married. So a wife-ready woman to me is a woman that's in tune with her emotions. She's mastered the mastery of her feelings. When a woman can love her feelings, love her man more than she loves her feelings, then that's a wife-ready woman to me. A wife-ready woman to me also is a woman that's very self-aware. She's very mature. She understands her limitations and she understands her strengths. A wife-ready woman also is a woman that believes in the hierarchy and also the necessary accoutrements that are important to make that man feel special. There was a time, Security Boss, when women lived their lives and said, listen, it's about my man. I'm living my life for my man. If it ain't about my man, I don't care about nothing else. But we don't live in those times anymore where she make it about her man. She make it about her coming in. Meaning coming to the relationship, they want the wedding, but they don't want the marriage. And so that's my definition of wife ready. A woman that's more or less in tune with her emotions and is in tune with her feelings.
Well, you know what? I want to add something to that. You're right. But again, we still have to, and when you say wife ready, I'm assuming that's prior to being married. But the one thing that one thing that we have to add, it's not done though. Your mindset is one that you're willing to do it. That's why I spoke about the women who would be willing to have these husbands, because once you do, their husbands, the men ask you to marry and you say yes, so what have you, you still have to adapt to that man.
Right.
You know, and what that man needs and wants. So it's the job is not complete. You just have changed your mindset from a single person to a person now who's ready to be married or to be a wife, and actually adjust and adapt to that husband. Is what you're doing. So,
how did you evolve into becoming the woman that you are today? How did you evolve, and what did you have to put off in order to be the mantle of glory that's suitable for helping your husband and making your husband be a proud man?
I put off a lot of things. One of the major things I put off was my family. I'm going back because you said something too that I wanted to address. They said they may be very old to say you have to cut off social media and things of that nature. I don't know why that would be something that we consider old fashioned, because social media is a huge influence.
Yes, I agree.
Girlfriends are a huge influence. And now when I say girlfriends, I mean single girlfriends. I'm not talking about the couples that you all decide to hang out with.
Right.
I'm talking about the single folks. But going back to the question you just asked, I had to, first of all, like I said, my husband and I got married on godly principles. When I said my vows, at that point in time, I realized it was a real thing. My covenant was to Christ, and I never wanted to fail him. So the commitment was to my husband. So I wanted to, if nothing else, to make this work. I came from a wife. I told you all that. My mother was a wife until she passed away, but my mother also was married to my dad. My dad wasn't the best husband. He was a fine dad until he wasn't, but he was not the best husband, but he wasn't married to me. So I had to recognize who he was and her experiences with him. She wanted to make sure that I knew that men were no good. That was her daily experience. Right. Make sure you do what you want to do or need to do to make sure you can take care of yourself. So this is nothing new. I'm not going to even tell y'all how old I am, but I'm telling you, this is nothing new. My mom was hating men back then, even though she was married and stayed married until she passed away. She still had her complications. So I knew my husband was not my dad. So I saw a difference in men, and I was not going to carry that into my marriage. So what we did is we decided that it was going to be him and I against the world, basically. Him and I in Christ against the world. So we cut everybody off about 5 years to build our foundation, to make it strong enough that whatever influences, very strong influences, because you talk about your mama. I'm a woman. I'm the baby. My mama telling me this man is no good. Men are no good. He ain't done this. He ain't done that. Having no clue. But that was her everyday talk. That was her everyday conversation. So we cut off family. You know, we cut off all negative influences. We didn't discuss anything with anybody that would not be in favor or that later on would hurt us. So we cut off family members about 5 years. We actually poured into each other, and we just said, listen, we're going to make it work. Right. Between me and you, we actually said, unless what we said was, we can do this as long as we don't bring in any third parties. The third party would be cheating, family members, and things of that nature. You know? And we didn't do it. And I got books. I read books. One of the most powerful books I've ever read was A Power of a Praying Wife. You know, I found my husband in that book. I prayed those prayers, and I continued to read other books, but that was the most powerful one. We continued to pour into each other, and, you know, it just worked out. And I like my husband. We grew together. We build together. He showed me things I didn't know, and I knew that my relationship was not going to look like my mom's. So, That's how. And I want everybody to do that, because I want a working marriage. I don't want a marriage where you just in the house with each other and you hate each other. He's barking at you, you barking at him. I like to be around my husband. We do most things together, but not all things together. So I like to share that, because anybody can make this happen this way. I know people, no, you can, because it's what you make it. And this is what we decided we wanted to make it. So this is what we do.
No doubt. I like that. I like how you were mission focused in your relationship with your husband. Shout out to XL Pro for that $5 super sticker. Thank you, XL Pro, as you always support many brothers in these endeavors as we seek to bring balance to this, to the union of manhood. You talked about your mom having a negative response to marriage, and many times vicarious trauma, security boss, plays a role in how we see this union called marriage. What do you think, and you share what you feel comfortable sharing, but what do you think was about men that gave your mom a negative impact in her formative years? And you can share what you feel like sharing.
Well, my mom passed away on Halloween, so, she's no longer here, but I'm just going to share this with you. I would never share their story, my mom's, why she was here. But my dad came to me since she's passed away, and he let me know that he had 6 illegitimate kids with one woman.
Oh, wow.
With one woman, 6. Now, he didn't say that was all of them. He said at least 6. He told me about 6 with one woman. So I can imagine that my mom having to endure that. Actually, that was hard. That was difficult, because my mom was a very meek woman. She was a wife. She was raised in a 2-family household. My grandfather was for me now, he was an excellent man. Mm-hmm. So he was a caretaker. He did everything right. You can't say anything about her dad to me. My granddaddy was the bomb. So he made sure that he raised women or young ladies. It was none of that craziness going on. So she was raised to be a wife. Cooked, clean, like you said, she was very loyal, crazy loyal. She was going to make a plate even if he didn't come home to after 2 a.m. to eat it. Mm-hmm. So that hurt her, that was trauma to her. I mean, it was her life. It was real, but it wasn't mine, because my dad was not my husband. I couldn't be like, I could sympathize with her and be like, wow, I hate this, but it was for them to do something about it. And they were too, it was so secretive, they couldn't do anything about it, or nobody wanted to do anything about it. And the reality of it was, she was going to make sure that her children were raised in a household that appeared to be good, versus leaving him and having to fend on her own as a single mom. She wasn't going to do that. It was going to be the appearance that this thing is in control, because my dad was a provider, and he was going to provide no matter what. Right. That part he was not going to leave out. But as far as husband, I just say he wasn't the best at it, but that was her husband and it wasn't mine. So she had trauma, and, she didn't tell any stories, but you could see the pain, or hear the pain in her, because I'm the baby, she had plans for me to do different things, and being married was not one of them, because that's a good thing. Right. So that was her, that's what she did.
I appreciate your honor, your candor about what you went through and what your mom went through in her formative years. And I think Security Boss Unsolicited, because of the vicarious trauma of some of their mothers, I think a lot of women have projected or lived through the vicarious trauma of their moms to the point that they have a very negative outlook on marriage. But we never asked the men what they saw. We always see the story of the woman due to the spirit of victimhood, but we never talk about the things that some of the men have went through. And we tend to paint men with a broad brush, and we tend to encapsulate this narrative that men of the past, we know there were some, were just getting women pregnant and, not taking care of their kids. But we don't talk about when men were overseas, the women had kids by the mailman, and also many had kids by the milkman. Yeah. We don't talk about that, but we always paint everything in a broad and a negative light as it relates to the men, which I think is overgeneralization. I want to say something that Andrew Baker said. Andrew Baker said that being in marriage takes continuous work, Security Boss, and sacrifices to aid in the success of the relationship. One could argue, Security Boss, that marriage is just like a garden. You have to tend it, but you got to love being the gardener. You can't tend a garden, you don't like doing it. So marriage is like a garden. You have to tend that garden in order to see the manifest fruits from that harvest and that labor of love. It's called a labor of love because it's duty. But as I said earlier, many want the marriage, but they don't want the duty and the responsibilities of being a wife. They want to be paraded on that special day. But when life hits, many are not ready or willing to deal with it because some have not been adequately trained to understand the mission of being a wife. And some don't want to do it because, as you said earlier, and I agree with you 1,000%, influenced by social media, yes, influenced by their girlfriends, influenced by trying to still live out the things of the past. And they think, oh, well, girl, ain't no man gonna tell me what to do, but you still expect that man to provide for you. Men got needs too. Men have desires. Men have wants. And, you know, Dr. William Glasser talked about security boss, that there are 5 elements as it relates to choice theory. He said it was power, fun, freedom, belonging, and survival. You and I grew up in the 70s, you know, and Teddy Pendergrass said it better than me, as I always say it. Teddy says, so good to love somebody and somebody to love you back. And when men get the love that they need from their women, they're able to be the better versions of themselves. But a man can't be his best version, security boss, when he's looking behind his back. You can't go forward if you're looking back, because men got to feel like the woman in their corner is loyal. Men got to feel like she ain't gonna text her ex. Men got to feel like if she goes somewhere, she's not talking to other men. Men got to feel like, security boss, if he loses his ability to provide for her temporarily, she said, baby, I got you, instead of saying, you know what, I got to end this and go get a bag. And that's why men are so frustrated. They're tired and they don't see the benefits. And I'm going to say it again. I'm not against marriage. I think marriage in concept is beautiful. I just think marriage in these modern times can be extremely dangerous for men because the laws have not been changed. I'm actually an advocate for families and marriage. But here's the problem. We always ask men, security boss, to be the community's providers as it relates to servitude. But when those men were on their ascension, who was helping support them? Who was giving them adulation? Who was giving them support? Who was speaking life into them? Nobody. And I would say that you're one of the rare and few sisters that actually speak truth to power. You're one of the rare sisters that I know that speak, hold women accountable. And, you know, I don't consider you no elder. You look very good, whatever your age is. I mean, I don't know what your age is, but you look good. Well, I know what your age is, but I ain't gonna say. But you look... around, but you look very good, very clear skin. Your skin is very clear and you're very healthy looking. But you know, the gospel said, let the older women teach the younger women. And we're going to talk about something that happened on your show that was met with a level of ire as you were trying to guide these women in the right direction. And you weren't even talking about the women. You were talking about your story. And that's why I said, again, security boss, the mental pathologies are so rampant in our community that I think it's going to take a few generations to get it back on par. I applaud you for trying to get those women that are striving to do the right thing. Those are the women I call the remnant. I applaud you for trying to speak life into those women. But by and large, I think we're done. And that's just my opinion. But hold tight. Let me read out these super chats. I'm gonna keep it real, security boss. You know how's Leos do. Shout out to my man, the Green Beret, for the $5 super sticker. Thank you, sir. I appreciate it, Green Beret. And then also shout out to Griff for that $10 super sticker. I appreciate it. And listen, guys, get this stream up. Security Boss is a very talented, very intelligent woman. And, she's one of the few. I call her a archetypal sister. She's a relic to many as they respect her, but she's also an iconoclast to some. and so I respect her highly for what she's trying to do. I respect her for coming on my platform as men and women. We talk and work together from a spirit or more or less a position of traditionalism, because there's a percentage that want to be in a relationship. But sadly, some have not been socialized and don't understand how to do it. But what did you see as a child? And I know you said you grew up in an intact 2-parent home, but what did you see as a child that prepared you for being the best wife that you can be for your husband? What did you see as a child? How did, some will argue that loyalty is intrinsic, but what did you see particularly as a child that said, you know what, I'm going to be a ride or die for my man?
I think of the fact that my mom no matter how good or bad it was, she was a wife. Like I said, she would fix the food even if he didn't come home to after 2 a.m. to eat it. And she never left. She took pride in being, as she said, the number one. You know, she even though it wasn't the best, she still loved being married, and
Right.
she was not going to alter that in any way. No matter how bad it got, she was going to endure and some way find some silver lining, and then to make it work. So I guess me seeing that, but the only a big difference though is I just knew, like, again, my husband was not my dad, or is not my dad, so I was gonna make mine good. I was gonna pour into it. So either you're gonna get tired of me and leave, or we're gonna do this together and we're gonna make it work. We're gonna like each other. So, and I'm optimistic all the time. I wouldn't want to be in a relationship that's not good for the rest of my life, and I took it seriously like that. I made it the rest of my life. That's what my vows said for the rest of my life, better or worse. I took every bit of it seriously, and I just didn't want to disappoint. And Kosher, you said that sometimes women just don't want it. What do they want? I mean, they got to cook because you got to eat. You have to take care of yourself. So you either got to work or somebody is going to contribute to you being taken care of. So, you got to have your girlfriends. I'm not sure why. The sisterhood will let you down, and they'll take your man too.
Say it again. Hold on. Say it again for those in the back that didn't hear you, because I don't believe that they don't believe what you're saying. Because
I say it all the time. I say the sisterhood will let you down, and they'll take your man, on the way out. They will. It's proven. I've seen it. So it's quite easy for me to be about my husband.
No doubt.
So that was my journey. I needed to make sure that I had a good relationship that was going to be forever. And I tell my husband right now, we're going to be forever. So if anything ever happens, you still going to take care of me till I die. I say it all the time. So it's just, I don't see it I don't think we have for me, I don't have a choice. There's nothing else out there for me. To be single and to be struggling. I'm not meant to do everything. I don't even like it. I like being a woman. I don't want to clean my car. I don't even want to put gas in my car, but I have to sometimes. My husband's not there.
Right.
I don't know. I don't want to do anything over my head. I tell him that all the time. I'm not doing anything over my head. So I don't know what's the need to be everything, because when we become everything or have to adjust and adapt to not having a man around, we lose ourselves. And I'm not interested in losing who I am. I like me. So
well, I applaud you for liking you, but also I applaud you for being self-aware. I think, Security Boss, you have a level of maturity that does not manifest in many modern women. You got an old school soul. And I think that plays a very prominent role in the evolution of who you are as a woman. But see, in other cultures, the women think like you. They think like you. They understand the importance of loyalty. They understand the importance of cooperation. They understand all of that because they understand that. Now, and listen, we know that there's some good women that get with dusty men, men that are irresponsible, men that are unjust, men that are not righteous. But also there's some good men that get with equal said women. But I think what you're doing is very powerful as it relates to helping women understand how she can impact the mental health of a man. Because see, when men are getting their needs met, Security Boss, their mental wellness is intact. It's intact. They're not wondering because they know this, my baby got me. If I go to, go on a business trip, I'm not worrying about Raekwon and Man texting her and she, more or less thinking about her lovers from the past. I don't have to worry about her being on social media, looking at exes because, I know my woman got me. But you said something very powerful as it relates to social media. Why do you feel like the social media have been the death switch as it relates to so many relationships? And also shout out to Linda Moore also for that $10 super sticker. Thank you, deal. That's a deal, right? But why do you think social media, Security Boss, has been so negative as it relates to relationships?
Because it's just a negative influence. You have women on there that are very single, and they're saying things that are contrary to man. They're not valuing men at all. The posts sometimes appear that we don't need men. We're equal. If he can do it, I can do it. Why I need to have you, and things of that nature. And even if you're not subscribing to it, it is still influencing you. It's getting in your head. You have to turn the noise off in order to be successful at what you want to do. Now, this is one thing. I've never done social media. So I'm giving God all the praise for who he made me to be, because I never desired it. Now I'm doing YouTube now, and I had YouTube for business, but I've never done social media even before. I never took interest in it because I always wanted to focus on being in the moment, being here now, which was very important to me and still is. And I wanted to also have a successful marriage and make sure my husband and I were the best version of ourselves. I'm saying it this way now, but we always never wanted to be average. Never wanted to be so predictable. We always wanted to be those people that said, you know what, let's try this. Let's do this. And that's who we are. So that was always our goal and always has been. So we're going to always be those people. We don't want to do what everybody else is doing. And social media is what everybody else is doing. And you don't think independently when you rely on social media. I know some people get all their news from social media. I'm thinking, wait a minute, how do you get all your news from social media? It's just one of those things. It's such a bad, for me, it's such a negative influence. And I just tell women, a lot of people say this. They're like, well, my wife, she only posts pictures of the kids and this and that and this and that. I'm like, oh, okay, that's really good. But one day, you never know, somebody might slide into her DMs and be like, oh, you look nice. And that's all. Really? Because you didn't tell her today how good she looked. Right. You haven't told her in a month how good she looked. And see, women need that kind of stuff. And she didn't have any negative intentions. It's just that little thing to know that somebody, especially when you get older, somebody's watching me. Somebody.
Right. But I like what you said, but what women don't understand as well, if she's not assuaging his ego, then a lot of times he's not going to tell you how beautiful you are.
But wait a minute, Kosher.
Okay, hold tight. We're gonna get there. We're gonna get there.
Our men are our leaders. The man has.
I understand that. We're gonna get there. Hold tight. I got you, because I love to debate with you in a good way. Shout out to my man Top Gun for that $5 super sticker. He said when that suffering spread, the serpent will flee. You may proceed. India Kenya said, I knew it. Raekwon the man at the Kosher Clinician. Shout out to Dr. Ron Neal. He said, security boss is a unicorn. She's traditional and an old soul. She takes care of herself. She looks good.
That's no doubt. Right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right?
And big boss is taking care of her.
Right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right?
We're going to talk about the security boss because, I know you want to balance the scales. You want to balance the scales, and we're going to balance, and I'm going to help you balance it.
But hold on for a minute by finishing my complete thought was that social media, well, let me say it the opposite way. I'm always wanting to protect my marriage, and social media goes directly against that. And I try to protect my marriage at all costs. So even if it has the appearance of being sinful, I turn away from it, and I don't allow those things to come towards my marriage. And it has nothing to do with me trusting my husband or infidelity or anything like that. You just protect your marriage, and that's what I do. So
okay. But like I say, you challenge my query, and I want you to tell me why you challenge my query, and then I'm going to have a counter argument, and I'm going to tell you that what you and I both are saying is full circle.
It is. Because listen, marriage is a Christian concept, and the man is the head. God deals directly with Christ and him. So it's up to him to keep this marriage intact. He has to be, not completely, hold on. He has to be the pastor. He has to be the coverer. He has to be the protector. He has to see these things because women are the weaker vessel.
I agree.
He has to be the one that's so in tune with what's going on that he can see that, oh, she falling off, she doing this, she doing that. And he has to pull it back together. It doesn't mean that, he has to fuss or argue. It could be, you know what, baby, let me pray for you. It doesn't mean that he's accusing her of anything either. But he's not always perfect. So he can definitely fall off. But still, it happens. And if she gets weak, it's because he was weak. So. Yes.
I don't know about
he's the head. Listen, if you're the head, you got to be the head in all things. I mean, he's not perfect, and I'm not saying it won't happen. But just like she's being vigilant and she's paying attention and she's dialed in, she too can see him, and they have to put it together. But you can't say that, oh, because this woman allowed somebody to sneak in, she wasn't giving him what he needed. It's not like that. They're both responsible, but the father talks to him directly. I mean, it comes that way. It doesn't go the opposite way. It comes through him. He's most responsible. You got to go back to the garden. When the sin happened, it came through Adam, even though Eve took a piece of the apple first. So it just goes that way. But listen, this is marriage I'm talking about. I'm not talking about people shacking up and just being in relationships.
Right. I understand your point. You're talking about a very, how can I say it, a very refined process where the man and woman are both 100% in synchronicity with each other's expectations. But here's the challenge to that. God give everybody free will. You know, the gospel even said, work out your own soul salvation with fear and trembling. I do believe that a man should be in synchronicity with his wife, emotions and feelings. I do believe that. But also, as I said earlier, a man cannot always 100% be assuaging your emotions. Should a man assuage his woman's emotions? Yes. But can he always be 100%? No, because I'm going to tell you why. A man's first mission is his allegiance to God first. His second mission is to his purpose. Her mission and her job is to help him, support him in his evolution. Now, if he's a righteous man, it goes back to the credo of theology. He said, if I be lifted up, I'll draw men unto me. If she's lifting him up the way she should be lifting him up, if he's a righteous man, then when the praises go up, the blessings come back down. So it's a unison, it's a synchronicity, and it's a very relationship that's in sync. But there are going to be times, because that man is on his purpose, he's not going to always have 100% time to assuage your ego. Also, when it comes down to love languages, you know, it's very important that when you get into that relationship to understand the love languages. But I do agree with you 1,000% that she is the weaker vessel. But part of being the weaker vessel is that a woman must be mature. She got to be a mature woman. She got to be a virtuous woman. She got to be a woman of mission. And I'm not saying that man should not speak life into his woman. I'm not saying that man should not give her love and kindness. But I've seen times security boss when the men go above and beyond the call of duty, and it's still never enough.
Well, I don't know about that, Kosher, but I saw you sneak that in about that ego, because it works the same. A woman can be off. A woman may not have it together, but it's not, you can't blame her for this man being off, because you just said that. You just blamed her for him not being able to, you know, accomplish what he needed to accomplish. And guess what? Your daily goal in a marriage is to be sync, is to become one. So you can be and feed off of each other. It's never going to be a perfect situation, but I can't allow you to blame one or the other, is what I'm saying. And you just did.
You said you can allow me to blame one.
You to blame one or the other, because nobody is 100 all the time.
And that's my point.
But if you want to point blame, it would have to be with the leader, who is the man. But I wouldn't do that. That was you doing it. But because he's the leader. He's got to take responsibility what goes on, because he's the pastor. He's the coverer. Like, for instance, like I just said, I protect my marriage. If my husband never put any efforts out to protect our union, any man could come in here and come sweet talk me if he never put up the effort. So, because he's the covering. Remember, he's the cover. If the covering or the foundation has a crack, it began with my husband. It didn't begin with me. It began with him. But again, I have to identify that, hey, babe, you off a little bit. We got to get together and be like, look, let's get this thing back intact. I'm not absolving her. I'm just saying we're not going to blame either one, because our job is to become one with each other. And I think you're trying to blame her within a marriage. I'm talking about a healthy marriage. I'm not talking about something that's falling apart. We're falling apart because somebody is not being intact with the father. You know, that means somebody is allowing this thing to go downhill. We have to stay dialed in to the father. Both do, but the messages come through who? I'm not saying he can't use the wife, but you can't just be, you know, the head sometime. You got to be the head all the time.
I understand what you're saying, and I think it has some credence, but what I'm saying to you succinctly is this. You call it blame, I call it being responsible, and here's why I say so. Men and women are not wired the same. We don't think the same. Right. Based on our conversation with you and I, even though I respect you highly. But at the end of the day, The gospel said, let every man work out his own soul salvation with fear and trembling. There's a fiduciary responsibility of that woman to more or less taking accountability for her emotion. That's why I said, to me, a wife-rated woman is a woman that's in tune with her emotions. A wife-rated woman is a woman that's in tune with the mission of marriage. And she knows how to assuage and bring her emotions to full circle. Now, I do agree with you that man should be in synchronicity with trying to understand his woman's feelings. But when men are on their purpose, they don't have time to be 100% tied into her, because his mission is God first and then his purpose. And I know that might sounds like, some women might get a little terse by that because they're thinking that the man is not putting her first. But I believe that it's God first, his purpose second, and then his woman comes third. Because before it was Eve, it was God first and his purpose, which was tending the garden and having dominion. And then his woman came as a helpmate, because her mission is to help him meet his mission on earth. And that's why I say it takes a very mature woman to know what her mission is and know how to more or less corral her emotion. It does not mean that man should not give his wife love, attention, adulation, and being in tune with their emotions. But there are many times when men are on their mission, when they're on their purpose, they don't have time always to just deal with the little small nuances of her fleeting feelings. And so if she it's okay. You should your head. It's okay.
Right. No, you said it exactly right. Let me tell you how you said it. You said God, he was with Adam. Adam had his purpose. Now, what the part that you're missing is this, or I didn't hear you say, or what I'm picking up on is this. Adam's purpose was complete. Now, if you're not complete in your purpose, you're not ready to take on a wife, because you may have some issues. You may have some growing pains that you have to get through. His purpose was complete. Like you just said, he then took on a helpmeet. God gave him one, which is now his wife. But the purpose was complete. Now they're building and working together. No, he doesn't tune out to go back to his purpose. They work the purpose together, because remember, they're becoming one. They're becoming one. It's not no more two people. We now have we now have a marriage mindset, not a single mindset. We're working together. We're building together. Now, I'm going to give you this here. If Adam, or if the man has given his wife instructions and she goes against those instructions, you are exactly right. She's out of order. But we didn't mention that. You didn't say anything about giving instruction and her not following the man's instructions. So you didn't mention that. But men in the chat, the man is responsible for his wife. I'm sorry to say so, but if he has given her instructions and she goes against those instructions, like for instance, if he sets a parameter that, babe, I don't want you hanging out with single girlfriends anymore, and she's sneaking off with single girlfriends and finds herself in a hotel room with some man, she's dirt wrong, totally wrong. The man had nothing to do with it. He had nothing to do with it. We're not talking about that. In the example that you gave, you didn't say anything like that. You just said that you gave me the impression they just were not on the same page. But the example of what I'm talking about is becoming one with your spouse. We highs and lows, we know what's going on. I'm listening to him. I'm adapting to him. I'm adjusting to him. His purpose has already been established. We're building together. It's no more selfishness. It's no more about what he needs to do. We're doing it together because he has taken me on as his wife. Now we're working together. My purpose is his purpose. Actually, he's made me a part of his purpose. There's no more selfishness. The purpose has already been established. So if you have not yet found and established your purpose, then you're not ready for that wife, because a wife is now, or should be, added to your purpose. That's a real thing. She's a real person. It's not something that you can put on the mantle and get back to in a minute once you're done doing what you got to do. It's an everyday thing to become one with that person. And that's actually your job at that point.
Right. But that's the understanding of that woman is a mature person. That's the understanding that woman is walking in obedience. Once again, there are a lot of correlating factors that play a role in the evolution of that relationship.
But that's the woman you want to marry, though. That is the woman you want to marry. I'm not talking about somebody that, so let's do your scenario. So say it isn't the one. Say you didn't get that woman that wasn't obedient, or you didn't get that woman that was ready for the discipline to build with you. Then again, you married her. Now you got to go through some growing pains. that's still back to you, because that relationship where God says, listen, you got to do this and you got to do this and your purpose needs to be fulfilled before you take on this woman. It was still you because you chose this woman. And she may not be perfect, but if she's willing, let's work this thing out. And you may have some growing pains, but do we throw her away because she didn't get it on a Friday? No.
Well, I agree with that, but that's the caveat. If she's willing, that's the caveat.
Again,
And,
if she's not willing, you picked her.
well, listen. The thing with relationships is this: people change, people grow, people evolve, people hide things. Everybody's not transparent and forthright in relationships.
They're not.
You know, people say you got to vet. You can never 100% vet nobody. People hide certain things about their personality. People hide certain things about their characteristics only to get into the relationship. So when I look at relationships, we can look at relationships through the lens of perfection, or we can look at the lens through the reality that human beings are fallen, men and women. And what started off as a good thing sometimes can fall off and it never come back and repair again. I do believe what you're saying about purpose, the men and women working together as a team, but that's with the understanding, if she knows who she is as a woman, to understand how her purpose is in synchronicity with that man. But some sadly fail to understand that because some have not been taught. And as you said earlier, negative elements like social media play a role in deconstructing that relationship. Listen, there's an old saying in theology that you did run well, but what hindered you? And so you can start out a good thing, it's fall by the wayside for a variety of reasons. Should that man cover his wife? Yes. Should that man speak life into his wife? Yes. But the gospel also said there would be an enmity between the man and the woman, and his desire would be to rule over her. There's a rebellious element in women that want to fight their men. They want to be in relationships, a fight for power. They want to joust with that man for the throne. And so what I'm saying, that man is not responsible for her being disobedient. He can try to guide her and lead her, like the gospel said, lead her and guide her, but she still has a personal responsibility where she got to do what she needs to do to respect her husband. Because if she's respecting God, then she's respecting her husband. But that's not his responsibility. That's her personal responsibility. She got a one-on-one relationship with God. Then after her one-on-one relationship with God, her next one is to her husband. Because when she's submitting to God, then she's indirectly submitting to her husband. But she's disobeying her husband, but trying to be in relationship with God. Those two are not congruent. They're not congruent. They never will be congruent. So that's why I say she has to be a very mature woman. She has to be a woman that's in tune with her emotions, but also she's not a slave to her emotions. And that's why I say a woman cannot truly love a man, in my opinion, if she have not learned how to master her emotions, because her emotions many times can be her greatest culprit. There can be a vice as it relates to her, falling by the wayside, and sometimes, getting subterfuged by the allure of other men, or can be a virtue, meaning she's a disciplined woman. She's virtuous. She has her flesh under subjection to the law of God, and therefore she's constantly working on herself, and she's working in unison with her husband, as he's the priest of that woman and the priest of that home, and they're working together. But at the end of the day, everybody have free will. Every man and woman has free will. They can more or less obfuscate that free will, or they can walk in synchronicity with the free will that God's given all of us. Hold tight. Hold tight, security boss. Then I'll let you finish. Let me read out these super chats real quick. Hold tight. Let me see. Okay. Cielo Veteran, I appreciate the bro for the $2 super sticker. Thank you, sir. And then shout out to James Turner. He said, come on, security boss. The woman is weak because the man is weak. Seriously, when the husband is getting weak, the wife is supposed to get in there and help repair the breach. Women was created for man and not the other way around.
That's a
and
bet,
that is
right?
a deal, right? I appreciate it.
That's a deal, right?
I appreciate it, bro.
That's a bet,
and that's
right?
what I was saying.
Deal, right? That's a deal, right?
I don't want you to expound upon it. But that's what I was saying. Woman was made for man.
Exactly.
Her mission is to serve him. Her mission is to be in tune with him and his needs.
Right.
And when she understands that his mission sometimes might supersede her feelings, that's where it takes a great level of maturity on her end. I'm not saying that man neglects his wife. I'm not saying that man don't show his woman love. I'm not saying that. But there are times where mission is more important than fleeting feelings. But go ahead.
You said such a lot, but the thing that I heard you add, James Turner, I want to add that too. But Kosher, the thing I heard you add was disobedient. And I agree with you. If a woman is disobedient, she's disobedient. You're right. I
That's
mean,
not, go and talk.
I have no problem with that. But Mr. Turner, if a husband is weak in leading his wife or leading his family will be weak. And I hate to say that to you. I mean, I don't know if y'all that's just the truth. Now, disobedience is different. It's a different thing, but the weakness definitely, But I have a question, Kosher. Do you think that a man that is in line with Christ, he's on his purpose or has developed his purpose, and he's looking or position himself for a wife? Do you think that do you really think that God would send him a rotten apple?
You're asking me or you're asking Turner that?
Oh, no, I'm sorry. I'm asking you. Do you think that God would send him a rotten apple?
Ask the question once again. I apologize. My mind was somewhere else. I apologize. Go ahead.
Okay, I said if a man is on his purpose, he's a godly man. He's in tune with Christ. He's doing exactly what he's supposed to do. He's positioned himself for a wife, looking for one. Do you feel like God would send him a rotten apple?
No, I don't. In theory,
slow down. Don't go too fast. Say it again.
I say in theory, no, I don't think God would send him a rotten apple, but the devil could, and the devil will. But would God send that man a rotten apple? No, I don't think God will.
Right.
But at the end of the day, we do have very malevolent forces that are at work, and sometimes the thing that appears to be God is not God. It's not of God. It's women sent in disguise to get that man off his purpose. So, in the ideal world, no, God won't send a man a rotten apple. I agree with you on that.
No, the point I'm making is there's no one that is perfect. Mm-hmm. But if he's doing what he's putting in the work and doing what he wants, doing what he's supposed to do, he'll get that good woman. He will. Now, she's not perfect because we still have to stay in tune. We still have to do the work. We still have to work every day at becoming one if we're married, in marriage. But it is true, guys. Women and men need to be in sync within marriage, but there could be disobedience. So you can't really blame one for the other. But if the husband is weak and he's not covering his wife, she will, and it has been done many times, she will be one used. He'll attack the weaker vessel. That's how it goes. I'm sorry, but that's how it goes. The weaker vessel will be the one that's under attack. And that's just what Kosher said in a longer round way back. But is she responsible? Yes, she's responsible for what she's done because she's disobedient, but I'm not going to blame, because I think, Kosher, what I had problem with, you said you didn't like my word of blaming. I'm not going to blame anybody for what happened. She needs to take account for what she did, but she's not alone, because I think you said you were trying to blame the woman for something that the man did. And I'm not going to do that either, because they're in a marriage together.
Yeah, I don't know. We said so many things. My mind was spinning.
You were
so
blame the woman. You were blaming the woman.
No, I don't think it's a matter of blame per se. I think men and women both are equally responsible for their own behaviors.
That's what I'm saying.
Men and women both are equally responsible. But at the same time, I can't hold your hand 40 hours a day, 24 hours in a day.
You don't need to.
If I'm on my purpose as a man, if I'm trying to build a legacy, if I'm trying to build a kingdom, I need you to have a level of maturity. I need you to have a level of intestinal fortitude that can supersede your fleeting emotions. Because I need a woman that's going to be a virtuous, a Proverbs 31 woman, somebody that's virtuous. She knows what her purpose is. She knows she was made for me, and she's doing everything in her power to meet that mission. But if she's not,
that's a real thing too. Right. I mean, that's what you look for. There's nothing wrong with that. That's a real woman. So what's the problem with that? That's a real woman. I'm my husband's wife. Whatever my husband needs me to do, I do. That's a real thing. He doesn't need to hold my hand. I'm about him. And that's what we have to teach women, that there is value in our men. And that's what you're here for. I'm here to value you. I'm here to do what you need me to do. It's a real thing. There's nothing wrong with that. That's what we're here to do. We're here to teach that. There's nothing wrong with that. It's a real thing. It's a real occurrence. It can happen. It will happen.
But I need you to clarify why you said, and I'm loving this discussion because, and I'm glad you're challenging my thought processes, and I'm going to challenge yours because I want to challenge you as you challenge me because I think iron sharpens iron as it relates to intellectualism. But you said something about relationships, and you said something about it being the man's fault. If she, I guess you were saying that she falls into the arms of another man. Educate me. I just want to make sure I'm hearing you right.
No, responsibility. It's my husband's responsibility to protect me. It's my husband's responsibility and my own to protect our marriage. I gave an example of that. If my husband is not tuning in to me, if we're not in sync with each other, if he's not praying over me, if he doesn't understand where I'm at, or I'm just somewhere walking around and I end up with a man, it is just as much. Listen, I'm wrong. I'm gonna take accountability for it because I shouldn't have slept with that man. But my husband left me uncovered for whatever reason. He's responsible for that because he shouldn't have done it. Same as that example that you said about the woman. You gave that same example and I just reversed it. Instead of it being the man or the woman responsible, I made the man responsible because it's his job to cover me. It's his job. It's both our jobs to protect our marriage. I slept with somebody. I'm wrong. Point blank. But how was I uncovered? Why was I uncovered? How did my husband, where was the prayers? How come I didn't, what happened to us being in sync? It's the same difference because, I'm not going to go to, things like this happen all the time. You can't blame one or the other, especially if you're talking about you got a woman that's been good for 10 years. You've been in a marriage with this woman for 10 years. Y'all been working it out. Everything's been good. And all of a sudden, she slides into the arms of another man. Where were you at when she was feeling those emotions? Because remember, women are emotional.
Right. And remember, men are mission based. I was fulfilling my mission, trying to build a legacy and trying to build a kingdom. And that goes back to what I said earlier.
You can't leave her out, though. You can't leave her out.
But I'm not leaving her out. Listen, there have been many men that work hard. They try to take care of their women. It's still not enough. James Ingram said it better than me. He said, I gave my best, but my best was never good enough. Men still, listen, like I said, I think from a sex perspective, men and women, we just see things different. We're wired different, and that's why I'm glad for the conversation. And I do respect you 1,000%. I respect you and love you as a friend.
And I do to you.
And so, the gospel said there's no temptation common is given unto man. When we all stand before God, we're gonna all stand alone. And God said, "I know your works," and He's gonna judge us all for what we've done. So I understand what you're saying about a man has a right. He should be covering his woman and working hard and more or less speaking life into her. But what I'm saying, sometimes that's not enough for many modern women. And they use that as a justification to step out. My logic, if I'm busting my, trying to build and I'm giving you attention and I'm trying to be a good husband, and you say, because I won't showing you enough attention, and you go out here and lay on your back with another dude, you're gone. It ain't no damn coming back, because now you violated my inner sanctum as a man. You gotta go. You will never be in my graces again. You're gone. You can say, I'm sorry. You can say, please forgive me. And guess what? I can forgive you as a human being, but you would never be my woman again. You gotta go. You don't qualify anymore to be in my presence, because loyalty is my royalty. I think what we keep understanding that the love language for men and the love language for women are not always symmetrical. The love the men need is loyalty. That's his love. That's how a man feels that woman loves him. The love that a woman needs, what you're talking about, is called eros love. But that eros love, security boss, is fleeting. That's why I say a woman got to be a mature woman. She got to be in synchronicity with what her husband is trying to do and what he's trying to build. I do agree with you that there are men that neglect their wives. I do agree with you that there are men that don't show their women love or attention. But then on the flip side, can we say if that woman is not giving that man sex, then he need to go out here and get him some? Can we say that that woman is not stroking his ego? He need to get with a woman that's going to stroke his ego and make him feel good? And
let's say he did. Let's say he did. I wouldn't leave my husband. I wouldn't do what you just did. You say you out of here because your loyalty. You said you out. But guess what? My loyalty to my man would say, babe, I missed it. I didn't know. I don't know why you had to go out here and cheat on me. I don't even know, but I ain't going nowhere. We need to work harder. Listen, I'm telling. What you mean?
I'm good.
I'm saying me. No. I'm not talking you.
I know you. I know you. I understand.
My loyalty would be like, babe, I don't know what happened. We would have to put our marriage back together because somewhere along the lines we missed it. If any one of us has decided to check out like that and cheat on the other, we missed it. I get what you're saying.
I understand what you're saying, and that's why I said
run out. I just wouldn't run out. I'm just saying, especially after so many years, I wouldn't leave. But I get what you're saying also.
Listen, masculine men are wired to defend and protect. Bone of my bone, flesh of my flesh. Men are not wired to have the thought of another man entering their women. We're just not wired to accept it.
I agree.
That's why I keep telling women we don't think the way y'all think.
Right.
I'm gonna give you another position. Watch this, security boss. I'm gonna drop some fire for your mind. Hold on for a minute. I'm about to drop some fire for your mind. Watch Kosher Clinician. If your man came to you and said, "You know what, baby, I slipped up," and we're gonna come up with John Doe. I'm not gonna use your man. We're gonna say your husband's name is John Doe. He's a fictitious guy, and he said that I slept with a man. I know I was wrong, but but I got with a man. I promise you, you can't be with that man again, and I'm gonna tell you why you can't be with him. I'm gonna tell you why you can't be with him, because he's been entered. Your mind can't handle the thought of your man being entered by another man. Because see, your nature is to look up to him because he is the lifter of your head. Your man is the lifter of your head. But in a man's mind, she's bone of my bone, flesh of my flesh. And to have the thought of somebody else entering what's mine, as a pedigree, she can never be my woman again. Can I forgive her as a human being? Yes. Can I say, I wish you well? Yeah, but you can't be my woman. You got to go. You will never be my woman again. That's one thing as a masculine man that I would never tolerate. Your ass got to go. Excuse my language. You got to go. I'm in the flesh right now, security boss. But your ass got to go. You gone.
Listen,
you can talk about. You can cry. You can have snot coming down your nose. You gone.
Listen,
You're gone.
Come back. It's okay. That didn't happen.
Right.
It's okay. But what I'm saying is women will often not leave, and they will accept that some kind of way they got out of one accord and they need to get back together. But to answer your question, if that was if my husband or any, was a willing participant in that, you're right. Because at that point, I would think he wouldn't be interested in women anymore. But so you're right. My marriage would break up. Yeah.
Right. That's right. But he might say, listen, no,
he don't want me no more though.
As disgusting as it is, he might just think, but he might just say, it was just an indiscretion. Right. But you're proving my point. It's called the penetration principle. Men and women are not wired to accept certain things. We're just not wired. And I think that's why I'm love having this conversation with you. Because we're seeing the dichotomy of how men and women both think. Right. That's why I'm glad we're having this conversation.
I agree with you, though. I'm agreeing with you on that. But I do know that women will allow, or that men can cheat, and that woman will be okay with it, will be resilient and get over it.
Some, not all. Some can. But
I believe most will. Whether they know it or not.
Let me ask you a question, security boss. Hold tight, because
that ain't kosher.
And that ain't right.
I like that, Coach.
Ain't nobody got time for that, security boss. Ain't nobody got time for that. Ain't nobody got time for that.
No, we don't.
But I'm gonna ask you this question, security boss. And I'm gonna drop some more fire for your mind. I'm gonna drop some fire for your mind. Hold tight. Fire hurt you
for your mind.
Boss. The thought of your man having a one-night indiscretion with a woman that he did not love, or a woman that he was buying her clothes. They had a strong emotional connection. They were going on trips, but he never did anything. But he was having a strong emotional affair with her. He said, you saw in text, he said, I love you. I've fallen madly in love with you. But he never done anything. Versus a one-night stand. Which one could you handle? Which one do you think would destroy you the most?
Ooh, destroy me the most. I would say giving away my money would destroy me the most.
Exactly. Right.
Absolutely.
Yes, ma'am. Right. Giving away your money. Right. Because you are an insular creature. Insular means you are built to receive.
Right.
But with men do things based on principle.
Right.
And when you give what's his away to another man, then that's not loyalty. And it's not based on principle. And that's why I keep saying over and over again, we don't think the same. We don't see things the same. The more masculine a man is, the less he's going to tolerate. Now, you get a beta male or a simp. Yeah, a beta male might be more open. So, okay, baby, I love you and understand. But a dominant masculine man, oh, hell no. You got to go. You would never be my woman again. Because that's a major violation for a man. That's major. That's an extremely major violation for a man. I can't tell, my brain is not wired to accept that. You got to go. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
You realize we agree, right?
Oh, we do?
We do. I feel so much emotion coming from you right now. I'm like, wait a minute.
But you know what, security boss? You know that's that Leo in me. You married the one. You know us Leo men now. We're very passionate. We're strong. We're strong-willed too, and we can be rigid. And once we believe in something, you're not going to change me. If I have a strong position on something, I'll die before I change it. That's just how
I wouldn't try to change it. I mean, I mean, you have your deal breakers or what have you, and I don't believe in none of that actually. So I'm agreeing with you totally. I don't think anybody should, a woman being disobedient like that should be forgiven because it is a big deal. So I agree with you. And
well, you can forgive a human being, but you don't have to be with them.
You don't have to be with them no more.
People think that forgiveness means I got to take you back. No, I ain't got to take you back. I can forgive you. I might not forgive you for a few years, depending on the severity of it. I can forgive you as a human being, but you can never be my woman again. That's what I'm talking about. Because see, forgiveness is for me to heal, but I don't have to take you back to be my woman. You got to go. You can't be my woman. You will never be my woman because I'm very dominant. I'm extremely dominant, and my brain can't have the thought of another man touching what's mine. Bone of my bone, flesh of my flesh. I like what you said, what your man said, you're my possession. I know some people don't like that. Yeah. But if you're mine, I can't have the other man touch my woman. I don't play that.
That doesn't bother me for my husband to say, I got papers on you. I'd be like, okay, baby, because you got papers, you're going to take care of me.
That's right. That's where shiver came from. That's where shiver came from.
Right. But listen, Kosher, I think oftentimes when we're talking about being married, I'm talking about people trying to have a successful marriage. Right. And I think we all start off there, but somewhere along the line, you start talking about people being married to these modern women who are not interested in having a successful marriage.
That's true.
And we get off. So just let me know when we're going to change who we're talking about so I can go there with you, because I agree. I agree with you that women are failing men right now. But no doubt. I'm a traditional woman. I believe in a traditional marriage, and I think that's what actually works. Anything less than that, I don't believe works, and you have to work too hard to make it work. And it begins with even finding your wife. It begins there. So just keep me on the same page of where you are.
Okay, well, I need you to help me too, because my brain's spinning. You got Chief in the back running the show. Chief running the back of the show. I got to do it by myself. Morris Republic said women fake it till they make it, but if she does that, it's your fault. She faked and lied to you because you picked her. LOL.
Okay, so listen,
and they are serious about this. All right, go ahead.
So let me say, it goes back to what I just said. I'm talking about two people being in a real marriage with the same agenda, becoming one. When that's that way, nobody's faking anything. There's no faking it till you make it, because you would have identified the fake from the beginning, because you would be in the right place. So if you're talking about being married to a modern woman, I agree with you. No, you don't. You get rid of her. I'm agreeing with all of that, but I'm again coming from a place for my successful marriage. I read books about my husband and how men function, and what's good, what's bad, how to feel him, how to communicate with him, and to be adaptable to him. I have done this, and this is what I'm telling women to do. I love being a woman, but if you have found yourself with a woman that doesn't want to be married, and for whatever reason you missed it, then you got a problem. You got a real problem. But you have to sit down and have these conversations. Ma'am, are you willing to be married? Do you want to be married? Are you just playing the game? But you know what? It shouldn't take long to figure this out. It shouldn't be 10 years later you realizing that your woman is a modern woman. It shouldn't.
Yeah, I see your point, but this is security boss. There are women in church that name the name of God, and they are de facto feminists. They're Christian feminists. They have what's called biblical a la carte. They pick and choose what scriptures they want to live by. When the gospel is clear on certain things, they fight it, because what we keep forgetting, security boss, is something called original sin, or the sin nature. Is this in the nature of human beings to be rebellious and selfish? And that's why I say it takes a very strong, mature, conscious, spiritual woman that's grounded, is in tune with her emotions, and she knows how to corral her emotions. But that comes with a level of self-awareness. Women are slaves to their emotions. just like men can be slaves to their loins. Now, we know the women cheat just as much as men. We don't want to talk about that, but they cheat just as much. And cheating and security balls don't always mean physical. Cheating can be go texting your ex. Cheating can be talking to other men and flirting with them. Right. Cheating is not always, people say, wait, cheating is not always having physical sex with somebody. Right. Cheating for men can be giving out woman more than he's giving his wife, having an emotional affair. Women have many times emotional affairs. And that caused a lot of men to be frustrated and broken. Let's go back to security balls real quick, and I'm going to play this clip real quick.
Hold on for a minute, Kosher, because D, you don't understand. D, you have to read books to understand your husband. Absolutely. And I'm willing to do it. And I've been married to him for 26 years, and it'll be 27 this year, November the 14th. Got married on a Wednesday, and I still love him. And if you're not married, I'm hoping and praying that you understand that is what's required. Right. If not that, something of that nature, it requires work. I'm laughing too, D, but it definitely is true. I did do it because I wanted to work. Listen, I'm going to say this to men. Y'all can do anything y'all want to do if y'all set your mind to it. You want a car, you build a house, whatever you want to on your purpose, y'all do. But you mean to tell me y'all struggle trying to get a woman to do what you want them to do? That makes no sense to me. Something is missing. And then the first thing I hear, these women out here, listen, whatever y'all want, y'all get it. Don't allow women to change or alter your position as a man. The right one will come to the man. Anything less than that, y'all just dismiss them. Dismiss them. Don't let women alter your position as a man. Don't do it. Don't do it. My husband, I got to say this, Kosher, then I'll let you get back.
Yes, ma'am. Go ahead.
My husband knew his purpose coming into my marriage, our marriage. But my husband did not have a lot of money, but he was a man. Y'all, he was kicking down doors. He's been that same man the whole time. So in other words, he came in the door broke. He's 6 figures now, and I love him the same. But he came in the door broke. We came in broke together on his purpose. We built together. We work together every single day. We do everything together. I know my situation may be different than a lot, but I'm telling you, it's what you created and it's what you make it. But this has been a man for the last 27 years. So I just wanted to say that.
No doubt. What Stacey said, I disagree completely, Kosher. And I respect your disagreement, Stacey. I respect that. The man moving the purpose on the God will be able to identify when the devil's throwing rotten eggs. I would say yes and no. Listen. Being in spiritual synchronicity is a daily thing. It's daily. Paul said, I die daily. It's a daily walk. And I get it in theory. We could argue that you can't be thrown off your track if you're 100% always walking in the spirit. But, human beings are body, soul, and spirit. If one is off kilter, you might miss the message if one is off kilter. And so, I like what David said. It was not my enemy that reproached me. I could have had a warning. But he said, it was you, my brother. Sometimes the person that's closest to you can be your greatest enemy. And sometimes you don't find out until later. You might not know at the point, but you do find out. But by the time you find out, it's too late. But I don't necessarily think that it means that you're not always walking in step with God and his purpose. It's, there's a malevolent force out here too that can derail you and sidetrack you from knowing what your purpose is as well. But that's an opinion. I respect your opinion, Stacey. Thank you, brother, for your comment. Hold tight. Shout out to
D say, I'm a sophisticated feminist. That tells me you're not able to identify a real woman. I'm so sorry. But listen, I'm for you though. I'm for you. I'm showing you value. I appreciate you so much. I really do.
Bring back the pimp hand. Shout out to my man James Turner. He said, nah, security boss. God understand that sometimes I get weak. That's the purpose of a woman, to help. If God understands that, then why my wife. I respect that, no doubt. And I think that's what I was saying more or less. But I'm glad we're having this conversation. Hold tight, security boss. Sure. Morris Republic said it was Megan Good's husband's fault when she wanted to go back to the streets. She's back to the streets and she's happy now. What's your take on that, security boss? Because I do believe what the gospel said, there's no temptation common that's given unto man, which basically means that God went through what we went through. But if you're walking in the spirit, then you won't fall subject to it. That's why I said there's a moral responsibility of the woman as well. But go ahead, security boss.
So if I can be totally honest, because I really don't know these people, but the way it looks to me, she was for the streets when he actually got with her. He was out of order. And
I agree
he
with
was
that.
not going to change her. And so now she's for the streets again. And he's finally got himself back in order and they no longer can be together. But I really don't know. I don't know this to be all true.
No, I agree with you. I don't think he should have married Megan Good.
I don't know what happened. But
I agree with you on that. I agree with you. I don't think he should have married Right. I don't think he should have married Megan Good. I agree with you 1,000% on that. But let's go back to Security Boss and listen to this clip that we had earlier because this is a good conversation. Also, Boss Chief gave me a $10 super sticker. Let me read it. I'm so busy running my mouth, man. Hold on for a minute. Shout out to James Turner once again. He said, "You can apologize on your way out. Yep, you can. Whoopsie yourself right out the door, but y'all ain't gonna talk back to me." He's talking about the woman that cheats.
That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right?
He's talking about the woman that cheats.
That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right?
And that's a deal, right? No doubt. Hold tight, Security Boss. Hold on.
Sure.
I know Boss gave me. Security Chief gave me. I don't know if it's you or your husband. Hold tight.
It's us. We won.
Okay. All right. Love the conversation, Kosher. Let's reason it out, no doubt. I'm dealing with the scale balance.
Right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right?
But here we go.
Right? That's a deal, right? That's a
I'm
deal,
going
right?
to show hold tight, Security. But let's go back and look at this clip real quick. And to the 56 of the watching guys, get the likes up. Thank you for tuning in. As Security Boss and I work to bring balance. I'm loving this conversation because Security Boss is challenging me. But I'm also challenging her because that's the Libra and she's very analytical. But I'm very philosophical as well. But hold on, because we're going to look at this clip, Security Boss. Hold tight.
There is new research that shows half of all women have a guy on the back burner just in case things go wrong in their current relationship.
This is the latest psychology research. I was just as shocked reading this data. More than half of women who are married and categorize themselves as happily married.
Sec.
They're married.
Happily married women are doing this?
Have a backup plan. And what is a backup plan? It means you have someone on the back burner.
So a specific person they've identified.
A specific person that they've identified. And in most cases, it was either an ex-boyfriend or an old friend who never made it to the dating category.
Get out of town.
Unfortunately, yes. And the problem is social media has just made it too easy to have such a type of behavior.
Right.
What is your mindset telling us if you have a back burner? It's telling us we don't know how to communicate well in a relationship, or when the going gets tough, instead of maybe learning important skills from a professional on how to cope with all the ups and downs that always happen in a marriage, we're saying it's okay to.
No doubt. Soa C said the Leo and Kosher is talking. No doubt that line come out every now and then. But what do you think about that, Security Boss? You talked about it earlier, but not necessarily the social media piece. But the piece that many women got backup plans, they got backup plans. They got, a rotation. They got bullets in that gun. And, they just waiting. He said, if you don't step your game up and tap dance, when I get rid of you, I got 3 or 5 waiting. What's your take on that?
I think that's awful. I do think it's true. I think now in 2022, the women are, they're not representing very well. So I'm agreeing with what the men are saying. I'm saying also you got to be careful. I'm saying you got to hold your position, your posture. You cannot allow them big booties and them BBLs to deter your thought process and get you off your purpose. And I still think that you will get a good woman, but you can't get messed. Y'all can't fall for the okie doke. I'm just saying it's out there. I'm listen, it's out there. So we got to build your value. You got to know that, listen, that right there look like it's possessed, or that right there look like it'll hurt me, or whatever the situation may be. Y'all can't keep falling for this junk. So I agree with the statement, and it's awful that somebody happily married would have one waiting in the back. That's awful.
Well, like Chris Brown said, they ain't loyal. I ain't gonna say the word. Chris Brown said these 304s ain't loyal. But it goes back to what D is saying, and D is correct. Tainted. Look at the thoughts. Did she just say women don't leave? I don't know. D also said, I wouldn't even look at her again. Right. And that's my point. That's my point. Men feel like once that's done, Security Boss, it's over with.
The cheat.
Oh, yeah. Once another man enters her, you gone, sweetie.
I think we all can agree on that. Can we? Can we
Yeah.
agree on that? I mean, I'm not opposing that at all. You got to do what makes you whole. And if a woman comes against your marriage, that because that's a big deal. For me, that's a big. Let me say this again. I'm a woman. I'm a lady. I think pretty highly of myself, right? It's just some things I'm not going to partake in. But if you have women that do, that's totally on them. I'm not doing that. I'm not doing it.
Jada said, "One strike penetration, you're out." But that challenged your thought, security boss, when you said that you should forgive her. You can't work through it.
No. I said women forgive men. You can't forgive her.
Oh, I thought you said that you should be able to work through it. You were talking about the woman, not the man.
Right. No.
Oh, okay. Gotcha. Okay. I thought you were talking about, I thought you were saying the man should forgive her and work through it.
No, the man's got to do what he got to do. The
Okay, gotcha.
Women, we tend to forgive and more resilient if a man cheats, because again, like you said, we think differently. Oh, a man typically is going to be out. No, that's why I kept saying I agree with you. I did. Okay. No, a man usually will be out. But listen, what kind of woman? Y'all listen, if your woman does something like that, leave her if you want to. It's up to you. I couldn't, if I don't even think I could be right if my husband did it, but to play the role of the women and sometimes the position that they're in, I had to say, okay, I'll accept that. And I've been married a long time, but I would be really checking myself, be like, damn, how did I allow this to happen?
Right.
So that's what I was trying to say. I would take some responsibility in that, because I feel like I allowed it to happen because I've been married for so long. And for my husband to creep out, I'd be like, what am I, where was I?
But sometimes it don't have nothing to do with you. You could be doing everything right. Sometimes you could be the perfect wife. But like the old man at the barbershop said, sometimes just want something straight.
That's kind of, I don't know about that, Kosher, but I have to believe you on that. I have to believe you on that one. Because I don't know. I always think that there's something behind the scenes, but I don't know.
Oh, no, listen. I'm going to tell you something, and the man going to back me up. A man can be with a woman, it don't mean nothing to him. He don't love her, it's just a physical release, he keep it moving. It don't mean nothing.
That's deep. That's a real deep
and he can still love you and see you as his number one.
That's real deep, Kosher, because my marriage is so much better than that.
No. I respect that. I respect you and Chief, but I'm just telling you from a man perspective. I'm not saying it's right.
No, I know, but I'm saying even to be that unconscious in your thoughts is not good, because you lose big time when things like that happen. You lose. The devil just took you out a lot of times when you get that lost in your I don't know what it is, what your feelings and your thoughts, or whatever it is that would make you do that, because some women will go away and they'll take your kids and half your money, and you didn't care about the woman.
Right.
See, that's reckless. See, no, you got to grow up. We got to grow up. You can't be reckless out here.
But that goes right back to women having an emotional liaison with another man. Right. That man built an empire. He get put in a nice home. But see, the laws don't punish women, but the laws do punish men. The laws don't punish men when it comes down to marriage and relationships, but they do punish men. If the laws punish men and women equally, then women would not be as prompt to fall out of line. But, women don't get the punishment or the accountability that men get. That's why men are saying, what am I giving up in return? Will Bain said, provider, protector, entertainer, potent lover, and best friend. I'm just saying it's a bit much, ladies. Men are not superhuman. And so men feel like sometimes, that's like James Ingram said, I gave my best, and my best was never good enough. You just feel like it ain't never enough, security boss.
Wolf, you are made for this, brother. You are made. You got all of that in you. All of that. You do. You see, I'm trying to share with you that you are just that valuable. You got all of that in you. All you got to do is want it. Receive it. Receive it today. All that is you. How about that? You just got to want it.
And see, you know what? We're gonna talk about your show, Security Boss, in a minute, because this is a powerful show. I'm loving the vibe. I'm loving that you are challenging me, and I'm loving challenging you. This is a good conversation because it's seeing we're beginning to see the manifestation of how spaghetti versus the arrow. Spaghetti wiring. Women are spaghetti, and men are like arrows. Okay. Our wiring is different, and it's okay. We just see things different. Yeah. But Dee said the state dictates the behavior of each and every female in this country, including you. I don't know what that means.
The state dictates. No, sir. The state does not dictate my anything for me.
Okay.
I mean, I do abide by the laws, if that's what you mean. But that's for everybody. That would be for men and women. I do not run stop signs, and I do stop at red lights. So I agree with you. And I try not to be.
Morris Republic saying it's something missing. You haven't been in the real world. These women are hostile towards black men. I think Security Boss understands it. She's seen it. They're hostile towards her, and
they're hostile towards me.
Right. And I'm gonna show it. I'm gonna show it to you in a minute. They
Morris, let me say this though. I do know that they're hostile, but not all of them are. That's why I said to you all in an encouraging way not too long ago, don't allow them to have you change your position as a man just because they are hostile. You don't owe them anything. Actually, they deserve to be ignored, just like I ignored the 100 plus that came for me the other day. They all came for me because I made a single comment. I didn't need to give them anything more, you know? Right.
And the sad thing is you was more or less advocating and speaking up. You were talking about yourself. You weren't talking about them. Nope. But what I'm trying to say is that's why I say it's a remnant, and I don't advocate. I do believe in the institution, but I think you and I have been out of the game for so long. God has blessed you with a good man. You guys have been married a long time. You've been out of the dating game for years. But the market is totally different. The ideas are different. The women are different. And you talked about it earlier about how some are under the umbrella of feminism. But sadly, Security Boss, you got women in the church that are Christian feminists. You know, they in the church, they talk about Jesus, you know, but they still have not submitted 100% to God and masculine authority. But we're going to finish this conversation. I want to ask you another question because, you and I could talk for hours. This conversation. So let me say this though.
This is a good time to say this. I hear you saying we are out of the dating game. We are, and we have not been in the dating game for long. But I want to say that I don't think women have changed much. I think what's changed is that we now have access and we have a whole lot of choices.
I agree with that. I agree.
But listen,
I agree with that. I agree with you on that.
If I can say this, women have been mean as hell. Black women have been mean as hell for a very long time. They will fight you. Even now, I think they've gotten a little bit better because they used to throw grits and hot water and anything they could to get you. I don't hear that anymore. Now they've been a little bit more vindictive in other ways. So women are mean. We've been mean. They've been mean. They'll do things, and that's not changed. It's just now you got more of a selection, and everything now is being through a camera lens. So you're seeing it more. But people haven't changed, guys. Marriage definitely has changed. Now the players, the expectation of the marriage has changed. The expectation has changed, but marriage itself has not. So you have to change your expectations of your marriage if you want to have a good one, or you can let the world dictate what you do within your marriage. It's up to you all. I don't know, but people are people. You got good ones and you got bad ones. And that's about how it goes.
Morris Republic said that Uriah was wrong.
Uriah was going to help me out.
Uriah was wrong for marrying Bathsheba and was weak and was a weak man because David saw her and wanted to bang her. I guess Uriah was a man enough in God's eyesight because his woman speeded for the king. So that's what he's trying to say is that what she did was a choice. Was it David's fault that she fell? Uriah's fault that she fell in love with David, and David was a righteous man. Uriah was a righteous man, or was Uriah probably covering his wife to cause her to fall and sin with David? That's what his point is.
No, see, listen, we still want hierarchy, and we still want what we want. So listen, it does. Can we really we want to use kings? Is that what we want? Is that what we want to do? Kings in the Bible? Is that how you want to do this?
But I guess his logic is that, like you were saying, the nature of human beings have not changed for the last 6,000 years.
No, they have not.
It's a conditioning that holds people together. There was a greater level of accountability in the old ways. There was greater accountability when your mom was a woman because it was shameful to do certain things. And you talked about the shame, some of the things you went through in your youth. And you said, listen, it ain't a good thing to be out here having kids out of wedlock. You were trying to educate the women.
Nope.
But they got mad at you.
But guess what? I don't agree with something you just said. It was no accountability in my mother's days. It was a secret.
Okay, explain. Go ahead.
Accountability now. The cameras, social media, Instagram. This is the accountability age right here. There's no secrets. Everything is being shown and people talk about everything. Now, whether you take accountability for something or you being held accountable, that's the difference. Now, see me, I'm an adult woman and I took accountability for my life years back. And that's sometimes what we lack. Now, I can hold you accountable for something and make you pay for it, child support, or you can take accountability for it and get your child and raise them yourself. It's a difference. It's a difference. And I just don't think people understand accountability is now. It's not, it wasn't what my mom and them did. My mom and them, they kept everything a secret. Somebody said in the chat a while back how everything was a secret. The neighbor ladies, both of them had a child by the same man. Oh, nobody knew. And you don't know until somebody passes away. There is no accountability there. You know, it's always a secret. Who's doing what, who's doing this. But now, since we have cameras, everything is videotaped. You got DNA, you got all these testing. Everything now is accountability and who's going to account for what. You just got to decide you have to decide as adult people what side you're going to be on. Are you going to account for your own junk? Or are you going to allow somebody to hold you accountable for it and be mad every day?
That's a fair point. Fair point. I'm gonna ask you a question, security boss. Let's delve more deeper into the topic. This is a good conversation, and you and I could talk for hours. But I love your insight. Libras and Leos, you married one, tend to have a good conversations. Is loyalty intrinsic or extrinsic, or is it both in your opinion?
It should be both. Because remember, I told you it should be forever. I see it like that, but I have these old fashioned ways, but I don't understand why it can't carry on. Why we cannot be loyal now? Is it because we have too many selections? Is that why? Why does the woman have some man sitting in the background? Is it because we have too many choices? I hear people a lot of times talk about, oh, she has these old fashioned ways. What is wrong with it? Works, guys. It works. It works. I'm not here complaining about anything. It works. My husband, he's not complaining about anything. Kosher has met us for real, right?
For real, yes, ma'am.
For real. We have a real life. I'm not faking. My life is my life.
Life is a life.
So it's real and it works. If this is what you want, though. I mean, I wanted to be married. I'm my husband's second wife. We're gonna be totally honest and transparent.
Yes, ma'am.
So this is what we want. So loyalty to me is intrinsic and X. Why could I can't leave one out? I mean, that's the person I am, though. I'm a good person. Remember, I always say a part of being married is being kind. Now, if y'all women these days are very mean sometimes, but it's up to you all to continue to have your male posture and be able to identify what you're dealing with. And I just think sometimes we miss it. And I think it's some BBLs. Men, y'all like the big booties. Back then, listen, back then for us, it was some big butts and a smile. Right now, it's more than big butts. So.
Hey, you know what? You ain't gonna focus. You ain't gonna believe the security boss. In my 20s, I wasn't out there like that. I was real kosher. I was kosher. I was kosher. It was hard. Many days I want to go kill a couple of them, knock them down, but I was I had purpose and mission. I was extremely unique. And this wasn't because I couldn't get women, 6'4", 6'5", very dapper, but I was just trying to live right. But it didn't mean I didn't want to be with women. That's what women don't understand. Just because you're trying to live right, it don't mean there's a man that you don't want to go knock something down. But I wasn't living for the minute, I was living for the future. I had dreams and goals and aspirations. And I didn't want that to sabotage my future because, let's be real, because of my nature and I know how I was in my 20s, I probably had several babies out here. And I'm glad I wasn't out there like that. I'm glad I was mission focused because I probably had about 2 or 3 knocked out. I would have been out here killing them, man. Yeah, I would have been killing them.
Top Gun says, again, it's always our fault. I don't know what is your fault, but I'm trying to tell you how to protect yourself because just like Kosher just said, he'd have been knocked down 2 or 3 back then and then created. And then the next person said something about single motherhood or something like that. This is all real, guys. Y'all got to protect yourself. I'm not making it your fault. This is a real situation. It's real. If you give away your power, then you just lost. And the only way I can have you give away your power is if you had only way I can share with you that you don't give away your power is to have that type of discipline. You can't blame the lack of discipline on a woman. Once you give it away, y'all know what I mean by give it away. Once you give away your jewels, she has the power. And you see what they're doing with it. So we gotta make sure
we're gonna challenge the query because I'm loving this conversation. Why is loyalty vital to community security, boss? And
did you say vital to community?
Yeah, why is loyalty vital to community? And do you feel, or do you think, I'm going to say, do you think that the community is lost overall?
Yes, the community is lost overall, but it's vital because we do need Black men. We need little Black babies to protect us. This is much heavier than what we are seeing right here today. If we needed to go to war, what would we do? There's not many women that can shoot guns and protect themselves and build buildings and go out and fish and bring food or anything like that. So we need our men to protect us. But at the rate we're going, the Black male is going to be extinct. So that is why we should be loyal to our community. But if you all are sincere, or, if our women are not the ones that you need to be with, I can see that crystal clear too. And if they're not making good wives and mothers, I see and agree with you on that too. Maybe we're doomed. But I don't want to believe that. I want to believe the situation can be turned around, but I need the men to continue to have their posture and for them to recognize that not all women are alike, D, and that there are good women. You just have to find one that is willing, because guess what? The feminist movement and the different waves have been here for a while. And a lot of these women have been indoctrinated by being equal, being just as good, as smart, and all this, because the men have not been there. They don't have that example. So I'm saying, take your power back, stay and become men. Grow up and be men. I'm not saying that you're not men, but don't lose your posture because a woman is out of control. Find the women that want to be with you and then lead them. To me, it's like a simple thing, but we're making it a lot harder than it is.
Well, you know what?
Extinction. Extinction. The number of men, because guess what, Kosher, before you go, we're going to have men that have alternative lifestyles. They're not going to be producing babies. We're going to have the other group of men. They're going to be in prison, and you can't produce. Oh Lord, you shouldn't be producing babies from prison. So who's going to be making the little Black babies that are going to protect us going forward?
Well, once again, the warrior class can rise no higher than the nurturers that support that warrior class. But see, security boss, we live in a world where we don't nurture the boys. We say Black girl magic, Black girl rock. But when do we say Black boys rise? When do we say all boys rise?
You can't said it.
No. I'm agreeing with you. I'm just reiterating what you're saying.
Right.
My point is, you cannot get the warrior class until you nurture that said class. See, so many security boss want indentured servitude. They want taxation without representation. They want to tax the American man as it relates to servitude to the community, but how are they serving him mentally? They're not. That's why I said that when it comes down to the inner sanctum of masculinity, men need women that can protect that man's ego. And if she's not willing to protect his ego, then guess what? She's not going to get the outcomes that she so desires or wants. But we have not been conditioned in America and society to protect the ego, the feelings, and the well-being of men. I've always said in the past that men got the right to self-determination and live their lives on their own terms. And men are beginning to do it, security boss, succinctly. They're beginning to travel abroad. They're beginning to deal with women from other countries because those women are better conditioned. Are those women at their base? Yes. Are those women better conditioned to be wives and loyal? I think they are. Are they perfect? No. Do they got game? Yes. But they're better conditioned because the mechanism in their respective countries hold them accountable. There's no accountability in America, here in America. And as a licensed therapist, until you have the proper safeguards in place to hold that said person that's not being accountable, the behaviors will continue. Part of behavior modification is this. He got a benefit and she got a benefit. But if she's benefiting, it's positive reinforcement for her. If he's not benefiting, then it's negative for him. In a healthy relationship, she benefits, he benefits, and we call that a symbiotic relationship. But in America, we don't see that. The men get held accountable And many times our women don't. If she decides, right.
No, I agree with you, Kosher, with everything you just said, but I have a question. What is the solution?
The solution is for the laws to change. The solution is for the women to start marching on Capitol Hill, demanding like what you're doing, telling women about trying to change. But what I'm saying, security boss, you are part of the remnant. You're like a microscope. You're a small percentage of the greater kaleidoscope of America.
But I have women reaching out. I mean, and it's still not a lot of women. I'm not gonna lie about that. But I've heard today it was about 6 or 7 different women that are in the manosphere. I'm not in the manosphere. I'm just speaking to you about what I saw. There's about 7 different women in the manosphere who speak and value men. And they all have large followings, myself. So the women are now beginning to see where we have arrowed. So we have to turn the thing around. But I'm just trying to figure out how do we ignore the bad apples and concentrate on what we have to do? Or should, I mean, we don't have to. If we want to continue to talk about the bad apples and talk about how bad they are, because they have talked about y'all for many, many years, I'm okay with that too. I just need to know what to expect. I just need to know.
Well, so what do you mean? Explain what you mean. Know what to expect. Educate me.
Listen, if men want to complain about women or talk about women's behaviors, they're exactly right. Women do terrible things. I agree totally. But if we want to get away from that, and I want to empower the men to be valuable, to know their value, to know that their jewels are valuable. We need you all in our communities, and let's go change these laws. If I still got a group over here that want to talk about these women twerking on 85, do I leave them out and let them continue to talk about that? Or do I say, can y'all please just come on with me and just see about this over here and let's get this together? I just want to know what to expect, because it doesn't do any good to continue to talk about the ones that we're going to just leave behind anyway. You know, we got a ratio of about what, 10-1 men to women. Mm-hmm. So obviously there's going to be, you know, out of 100 men, what, there's going to be 10 more. There's going to be 110. There's going to be 10 women that don't get a man. You know, there's going to be 10 that are left by themselves. Out of every 100, there's going to be 10 left by themselves from the ages of 18 to 45. So it's going to be 10 women out of every 100 left by themselves. Let's try to concentrate on getting those 90 men a decent woman by changing the laws and being the example. Or are we continue to talk about the 10 that ain't going to amount to much anyway? What are we going to do?
Right. Well, I see your point. You're saying let's focus on the women that are trying to do the right thing. The point is, how do we identify those women? I know you're doing the work behind the scene. I get that.
I want to be able to identify those women, because I'm going to tell you something that happened. Two things. I was looking at Instagram, and it was a little short on there, and it had a group of people that were on a public transportation, about 15 men, and it was one woman, and she got on the train. I think it was a train, maybe a bus, but 15 men sitting down. None of them looked at her like she didn't exist, like she was a ghost. And then somebody was recapping the video, and he said, look at this. He said, so you wanted to be equal. So you wanted to be a man. So you wanted to be my equal, and you wanted to make the same money that I did. And so he kind of went through the feminist movement about this woman, but he didn't know who this woman was. The woman never said anything. All she was like is, wow, nobody gave me a seat. And so he assumed that this woman was part of the feminist movement and wanted to be equal with a man. So I thought to myself, wow, what if that would have been me? I have no desire to be equal to a man. I want men to be chivalrous. I want men to be men. I want to let them know I value them. I want to smile at them when I get on the bus or whatever the situation is. But would they recognize that? So then I had the second situation where I was at Sam's shopping, and I was looking at something and just in line to get a case of water. And this young man said, ma'am, excuse me. And I was kind of startled me a little bit. And I was like, yes, sir. He was like, can I get this water for you? I said, yes, sir. And he picked up the case of water and put it in my buggy. And I said, thank you so much. So this is what I'm talking about. Can we recognize, or are we going to fight forever? Because one person got it. He got it. He picked it up. I was so happy that he did that. I didn't ask him. He just recognized that I'm a man. And no matter what this woman believes, I'm sitting here getting some water. Let me put her water in this basket. Now, I could have been a B and said, no, I don't want you to put my, then guess what? He'd have been like, never do again or whatever, not her, and walked away. But I still wouldn't have changed to who he was. That would have just been, something for him to write it down in a book and be like, man, let me tell you what I met today. But I'm saying this to say, we can't just brush every woman saying, okay, all of them are the same. We have to experience life and different people because, again, you have a group of women out there who are very willing. And I have a show starting tomorrow that's called The Standard. And you're going to be able to see that these are women that are the standard and they are very willing to do whatever it is to become married, to have husbands. And I just want men to take note to that because so often we get caught up in women ain't no good, and some of them are not, but you know what they look like by now, though. I think.
Well, you know what? You gave that man hope, but here's a caveat to that. All too often, many of them do see the B that you talked about. Yes. They don't see the sweet, kind woman that allowed that man to do it. So what men are saying, they're speaking to their anecdotal experiences. Right. And so Security Boss, as a therapist, we talk about something called a universality, a brotherhood, where men come together to share their stories. And then they share their story by comparing notes. And then the last step, one of the stages is having a catharsis where they begin to emote. So when men are saying that they're all seeing the same things, more than less, say if every man is saying 9 out of 10 women they encounter, they all had the rest and be face and they say, I don't want you to pick my water up, versus saying, there was 7 out of 10 that say, yeah, please, thank you, sir, I really appreciate it. Then men will have a better perspective or a better perception of women in general. But all too often, we got to take into consideration what these men are saying because it would be very negligent on our behalf to minimize the experiences of these men only at the behest of nebulous thinking that says that all is well, let's say kumbaya, and let's minimize what these men are saying. So I think it's incumbent upon us to understand and hear what men are saying and more or less to take heed to what they're saying and change. But sadly, I'm Security Boss, where more than 90% of our women voted for policies that were antithetical to the involvement or more or less the evolution of the black man, the black family, black children, black boys in the black community. Then men are saying that you didn't vote for us, you voted for you. And because you voted for you, then you're going to stand by your damn self. And so that's what men are saying in the nutshell.
I understand that, but why would you allow me, and I didn't do that, but why would you allow me to keep you from being the man that you're meant to be?
What do you mean by being the man?
On your purpose, if God made you a leader, if he made you a head, if he made you that's who you are, the masculine man, why would you stand in your corner and be like, because you didn't vote for me, and not knowing if you did or not, I'm not going to show you that. I'm not going to lift this water up. I'm not going to give you my seat. I'm not going to take that position. I'm not going to cover you. I'm not going to provide for you. Why would that? To me, that's not correct thing to do. I mean, y'all might have your own things. You can help me with it, but I'm encouraging men to be men. And because I think that's what changes the situation, because you don't know that all women are trashy and can't recognize that a man is a good man. But listen, if a man rejects me and he comes out and he says something ugly to me, I might say, what? Why would you say something like that? I may say something like that, or I might be like, okay, walk away. What just happened? Nothing happened. He just missed an opportunity for me to smile at him and wish him the best and show value to him because he attacked me or whatever, or however you want to say it. Because he just, I've had young boys, young men, they had to be young. They'll come over and make a comment and they'll say, bitch. I'm like, what? What is this?
Oh, wow. Really?
Yes. And it's all because they're a little upset from some experiences they had. And I understand that, but you can't do that. You can't do that because men are more reactive, but women now are taking the posture of being reactive too. And they're not being able to see a good man because it's all being reactive. Everybody is trying to make a point. It's trying to make a point. And I'm just saying, what are we going to do? When are we going to get on the same page? Those that want to be on that page now and then work together. That's all I'm saying.
Right. So you're saying that men should stay true to their intrinsic nature of being men. You're saying that, right. And I think men are doing that. But what they're saying is that they're not going to cast their pearls to swine anymore, security boss. They're going to give their pearls to women that are worthy of it and deserve it. See, if men are not careful because the masculine is doing, then they can become saboteurs of their own ignorance. They can give it to people that don't appreciate it or respect it. You got to be in an environment where they respect what you're giving, not just giving it for free. And that's why you begin to see men walk away and say, I'm good. I'm good because, see, watch this. You have soft skills. You know how to smile. You know how to show a level of candor. A lot of women don't have soft skills. They don't exhibit soft skills for whatever reason. And so because those women don't exhibit soft skills, is it that man's fault that they don't exhibit those soft skills?
No, but let me give you an example of that. And I'm glad you said that. I work my profession, I work with men every day. I see men sometime early as 5:45 in the morning, right? They're coming into the office or whatever, and they are just totally upset. They look so broken down, so tired and just out of it. I go out of my way to say, has anybody said good morning to you today? Mm-hmm. Now I could leave them in that mean mug and be like, I ain't fooling with you because you got a bad attitude, but I won't do it.
Right.
I say to all of them, Caucasian, Hispanic, Black, whatever it is, has someone said good morning to you today? And guess what? When I do that to them, they smile, they break down kids. They break down like little kids. And they by midday, they be like, can I go get you something? Would you like me to bring you something? And so on and so on. And we have good interactions the whole time. I'm saying to you, do you think, and this is a question, do you think that could be done with women also?
Did they smile and show a level of kindness to men?
No, vice versa. I do that for men because I want men to know. I want men to know we value them.
Yes, ma'am. Right.
I'm saying, could a man do that for a woman?
You mean smile?
Well, whatever. I mean, yeah, smile or just say hello. How are you?
It's risky in this Me Too culture, security boss.
Okay.
Me Too culture.
I got you.
Me Too culture can get a lot of men in trouble, and a lot of men have done that. You got to remember, security boss. When you and I were kids, growing up in the '90s. It was normal for men to come up and say, how you doing, boo? What's up, sweetie? You looking good. You can't do that no more.
I wasn't talking about going that far.
I'm not even, but listen, I'm talking about something as innocent saying, how are you doing? Good morning. Yeah. That can be met with, listen, let me tell you how some women operate. Woo. If it's a man that they like and they find attractive, then, they'll smile and give them that positive regard back. But if a man they see is a creep or somebody they think is creepy or ugly, they're saying that man harassed them. And the man decided I just spoke to her. So it's not wise for men to do that in this society. Just ignore them.
An evil person. That's an evil person.
I'm telling security boss it happens. It happens. And
that is an evil person to say. If somebody says good morning to you and you turn them in for saying, oh, that's evil. That's evil. That's a problem.
Right. It happens, security boss. It happens. Hold tight. Hold on. My man Nice sometime always showing love. Shout out to my man Nice sometime for that $100 bomb. No doubt, brother. You are an awesome brother. So many women fought to vote, work the 9 to 5, but date and think men should only pay on dates. Women want equality, but want men to still pay child support and alimony. Should women work if men are still financially responsible for women? And that is a deal, right? And hold tight. That's a deal, right?
It's a bet, right?
And I agree with you.
That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right?
A 9 to 5, but they and think men should only pay on dates. Women want equality, but want me to still pay child support, or if men are still responsible for women. What's your take on that, security boss? Can't hear you there. You're muted.
Okay, I'm sorry about that. It would be very difficult for me to speak on that because I'm not equal to any man and don't have desire to be. So if a woman wants to be equal, then you would want to treat her equally. That's what makes sense to me. But I don't desire to be treated equally, and I don't think women do either. So that would be why this would be a conflicting statement. So
Right. But do you understand where he's coming from?
So women fought to vote, work 9 to 5, but date and think men should only pay on dates. Listen, again, I want men to stay in their manly posture. If you coming across a woman that does not respect you as a man, then you shouldn't be on that date. Women want equality, but want to still pay child support and alimony. To me, that's a totally separate issue, because a child takes 50-50 from the man and the woman. Now, if you're saying because she's working a job, the dad shouldn't have to support, or vice versa, or maybe you all are co-parenting. If you're co-parenting, you have a 50% of the time, you shouldn't have to pay child support. Now, in alimony is totally different. If this woman is not working at 9 to 5 and she has been solely working for you or the household for a certain amount of years, then again, the husband should want to pay for it. But then we're talking about two separate women. We're talking about two different women in this scenario. So, I hope I covered them both. The 9 to 5 woman is not the woman that would receive the child support and the alimony. Child support and alimony woman is the woman that would stay home and take care of the home. That's what I think. But, I hope I understood that correctly. And if I didn't, forgive me. Kosher, maybe you can help me. Did I understand that correctly? It's two different women.
I'm a security boss. I'm so busy trying to do like 12 things at one time, man. My mind's all over the place. No, you're fine. Hold tight. Hold on. I'm trying to do so much at one time, trying to read and process everything. You know how it is when you're the man behind the scene.
I don't. I got my other half that does all
that. Yeah. You got.
I got my hands free.
You got cheap. Listen, guys, go check out Security Boss Unsolicited. She's a good sister. She's one of the few clarion callers in these modern times, trying to do the right thing. I respect her highly, and I also respect her husband. And I just want to let Security Chief know that I got him, but I'm trying to do like 12 things at one time. So I haven't forgotten, but it's hard trying to read it.
It definitely is.
By yourself at one time. I will ask you questions, Security Boss. Is Jada Pickett the antithesis to loyalty, and is Will partially to blame for his own demise?
Yes.
Talk about it.
She is very loyal, from what I can see.
You think she's loyal?
Yes, she's loyal. She's not gone anywhere. See, listen, she's still there. She's still there. See, I see things totally different because
you do.
I don't know about these people. I don't know them. Y'all may know them. I'm just speaking for me. I don't know them. I don't know what their relationship was based on. I hear people all the time saying she don't love them. If she don't love them, why won't she just leave them? So again, she's loyal to the fact. And see, another thing, we never hear, if anything, what Will has done or Will hasn't done to make this woman act out this way. She's responsible for what she does, but why won't he leave her? So she's wanting the relationship. In my opinion, she's trying to have the relationship work itself out. In the meantime, she's doing whatever it is she wants to do. Those are married people. They're married for life. Yes, she's loyal. Now, if you all say we want to have an open marriage, you have sex with who you want to have sex with. What is our expectation from these people? I said this before. When you allow everything and you don't protect your marriage, which they haven't, what is our expectation? Why are we looking for something that would look normal to come out of their household? She's very loyal, and he is too. And they're doing obviously what
you think she's loyal?
Yes. Very. Yes. Very loyal.
No, I agree with that, Security. I love you, but I agree with that, Security.
Why won't she just leave them then?
Well, you can stay with somebody and still not love them. She's not loyal. She's loyal.
You said loyal.
Well, she's loyal to herself because the relationship benefits her.
Wait a minute. Hold on for a minute. Are you saying you feel like Jada wouldn't be able to take care of herself without Will?
My point is, Will is an A-list actor. Right. Jada is like a B or C list actress. I would say a C. Women marry for status and security, so she's a slave to her own biology. She's with Will for her own benefit because she survived by herself. Yes, but where her status in society be diminished because she's not with Will, her status is going to be diminished. Her status will not be as powerful as it is while she's under the love and care of Will Smith. If Will Smith get rid of her, her image and her light is going to be diminished. She's with him for her own biological imperative, which is status, security, and protection. Doesn't mean that Jada can't take care of herself. I agree with you 1,000%. But because Will is A and she's a C-list actress, she's with him for status and the prestige.
Okay, so I'm gonna have to accept that as your opinion, but I don't believe any of that because she can get 50% of it all if she left. She's been married over 25 years. Coming straight from you, she didn't want to marry him in the beginning. She told him she didn't. So the status was there then, more so than now. Now he really done messed up. So I don't think any of that matters. She may even have more of a chance to do more things or marry someone else if she wouldn't with him. So I don't think any of that applies. I don't know though. I'm just saying I have no clue what these people are doing in their house. So I think it's all jacked up and it's not an example for my life. I don't think it's about status. I do think she's very loyal, but I have no expectations from them because they allow everything and anything into their marriage. I don't get the status and I don't get the money thing either because she'll get half.
Listen, talking about dead men that you were intimate with and your daughter more or less corralling you in that is not a sign of loyalty. That's not loyalty. Not protecting your husband.
You say it's not loyalty, but it was real. It's a real life. So what you're saying is in marriage, you can't be totally transparent.
What do you mean totally transparent? Based on the definition of loyalty and how I see it as a man, she's not loyal in my opinion. She's an opportunist. She's a leech. She's a parasite. And she's with him for how it benefits her. I don't think she loved Will Smith. I think she's older now. She's an older woman. She realized that she can't get what she got in her 20s. And so she's just along for the ride.
But she's been married to him 25 years though. So she was in her 20s when she decided to get into it.
But you understand once again, security boss, status, security, protection, A-list versus C. Jada Pinkett hasn't been relevant since the 90s.
So
Will Smith.
I don't know if that, some women have those type of egos, but not all. I would rather be taken care of than to be relevant. I would rather be taken care of than to be relevant. If she didn't want him coming in per se, but she came in and they married each other. He married her, and the whole time they've been married, he's been trying to please her. So we think, that's the picture that they're trying to paint. But guess what? He won't leave her. Why is he not leaving her? I have no idea.
Well, I think he is going to leave her at some point because I think he's tired of being publicly ridiculed and emasculated in the public by his wife. I think Jada definitely has a Jezebel spirit. I think she wants power in that relationship. I think she's equally emasculated her husband. And I think at some point, Will's going to say enough is enough. He's going to get his gonads and pull him get him out of the jar. And he's going to be a man and he's going to get rid of her. He's going to say, you know what, I'm just going to have to take a hit. But I'd rather have my peace and my peace of mind than to be with a woman that doesn't have my best back. Because this is what I believe, security boss. I believe the chief you would have told Chief to come back if you knew that a comedian was making fun of you at a comedy show, having fun. I think because you're loyal to your husband, he said, baby, don't even worry about it. I got you, because you're more in tune with his emotions as a man. But she didn't care. That man got publicly ridiculed, whether it was staged or not. And he's going to lose millions because of that. So loyalty to me, this is me, and I think what most men are saying, is a woman that has that man's best interests at heart. She's in touch with his heart. She's in touch with his masculinity, and she would not do anything to be a public embarrassment to that man. But if you sitting up with your mouth poked out like a duck, and you get an attitude because of what Chris Rock said, and then he gets up and try to quote unquote defend her honor, that's not a wise woman. A wise woman builds her house, but a foolish woman tears it down. And she, in my opinion, did not exude any level of wisdom as it relates to that situation, because she could have said, baby, don't worry about it. I got you. You got too much to lose. We ain't trying to lose this bag over Chris Rock being Chris Rock. It was a soft joke.
That's not that type of relationship. And go into your chat. I don't care anything about Will and Jada. I need
yeah. Right. I understand.
In my opinion, it's totally different. I have no expectations of these people. Mm-hmm. You all don't know but half the story, or you don't even know half the story. But I do know he's been married to her over 25 years. And whatever they do. And it has nothing to do with me. And that's right. I don't base my life on Will and Jada. Okay. So if Kosher doesn't feel like that she's being loyal, it's up to Will decide what she's doing. And Will has said and done what he's going to do, you know. And he said, you know, 25 years later, he's not tired yet. He married her from the beginning. She showed him who exactly she was, and he still decided to be married to her. And he's very loyal to her too. And he's loyal to whatever they have put together. So that's how I see that. So chat, y'all don't have to agree with me, but guess what? Y'all know just the same amount as I do, if not less. And it doesn't really matter. So y'all just lighten up on it. Well, know what? Do what you want to do. That doesn't affect me. It doesn't. I got a man. I got a man.
Right.
So that's all I'm concerned about.
So, Chris, let me ask you a question. I don't know if you've been following the Amber Heard trial. What's your take on the Amber Heard trial and her causing a level of distress and consternation with Johnny Dep? Have you been following that case, or you really haven't been paying no attention?
Absolutely not, because I don't get into people and their personal business. See, that's the problem. That's social media to me. All that kind of stuff right there is what it adds a part of. I'm gonna lose. Who is that? I'm gonna lose your word, Ian. Delusional. No, I'm not delusional. I'm here. I'm real. But those people who try to equate their lives to Will and Jada, Johnny Dep and his woman, that's a sense of delusion. This is real life I'm dealing with. I stay away from that stuff because my husband and we work together. And so I have to pay close attention to what he needs me to do and vice versa. So I've heard things about the trial. I think she's a terrible woman if she did some of the things that they said she did. But again, he married her. They wanted it. He's been on drugs. They did all that different kind of stuff. Those are celebrity people. They have no morals compass. They do what they want to do. And I do not spend my time or even giving them a lot of my time at all, or none of it actually. So I don't do that. So I'm sorry. I don't have that to offer.
But GDO says she's married to the bag and the canocracy.
Listen, you know what?
She's loyal to the bag.
Y'all can get your own bags. Y'all can see, you know what? Y'all can create your own life. You don't need to live through these people. This is what I'm talking about social media. See, the examples are terrible. It's negative. It's ridiculous. But guess what? It's the conversation. Now, if somebody's over here saying something positive about how you can make your marriage work, how you can pour into your husband, how your husband can pour into your wife, they don't want to hear that. They want to be this negative stuff about her doing number 2 in the bed. Come on.
Yeah, she's disgusting. Shout out to my man, Nice sometimes. He said, does it benefit a traditional men to date or marry modern feminist women? No. 1,000% no. You can't take oil and wine. Oil and water don't mix. You can't take new wine and put it into old wineskin. I say no. Traditional men should get with traditional women that are wife worthy and wife ready. And sadly, we need more. We need more like security boss that are wife ready and wife worthy. But you know, security boss a unicorn, man. I
think someone says they're attacking what, you know what, you can attack whatever I say. If you're talking about me, I don't know. It doesn't matter. It doesn't change me. Mm-hmm. I'm here trying to sow a seed, and those who get it will receive it. And those who don't, you'll continue to try to get what you need from Will and Jada.
But you know what? It's a good conversation because I'm gonna drop the link in a minute. Security boss, I'm gonna drop the link in a minute. Let me read some of these comments.
Go back, Coach. Let's read what Ian said. I'm selectively no. Trust me, I'm real. Coach, the security boss, too selective, naive to giving her any more accolades at the point she sound confused. No, I'm not. Trust me, I'm not confused at all. I just don't believe what you believe. It's okay. It can happen.
Okay, well, we're gonna drop the link. We're gonna have a conversation because I love your insight, and these conversations are important. All right, hold tight, security boss. I'm trying to read through some of these things. I'm gonna drop the link in a minute as I read these questions. Is loyalty a thing of the past because of the lack of accountability, security boss? And if so, will it ever come back?
I do think we have to have accountability. This is true. I think everybody should be an adult and account for the things that they do. So I do agree with that. And that is a big part in relationships, and you will not have loyalty unless you can do that. So I would say yes, but I don't think it's gone. If somebody wants a relationship and they want it to be forever, a marriage relationship, and they want it to be forever, then they will actually have to master those things. But again, I think a spiritual relationship comes first then accountability is a major part of a relationship. And I think the loyalty actually comes with it. So.
Okay, hold tight. Red Pill Lewis, hold tight, brother. I'll bring you on in a few minutes. I didn't drop the link, did I? Who's Red Pill Lewis? Did I drop the link?
Oh, I don't know. Oh.
Who dropped the link?
Oh, Mr. Boss dropped the link.
He dropped the link. Okay, all right, hold tight. Give me 1 minute. In a minute, I want to read some of these comments.
Disrespect and public image and character of will is not loyalty by any stretch. Security Boss is delusional. Listen, that is Will's problem. You all have no idea of the conversations that these people have. What if all this is just a ploy to get attention because he's coming out with a movie next week? Do y'all have any idea? No, not at all. But you're following it and you're eating it up. And you'll probably buy a ticket to the movie. I have no idea and I don't care. I'm just saying. The next one is Security Boss. Do you support and fault?
No fault divorce, Security Boss.
No, I'm sorry. Y'all know I can't see. Do I support no fault divorce? Should men get a refund from women for the wedding and ring? You know what? That's something for you all to decide. You know, I don't believe in divorce. I'm married forever. But if the situation comes to that you have to get a divorce, see, I don't discuss this. I'm going to tell you why. I think a person, all the energy that you put into getting divorced, I think you should put into your marriage daily and it never be a conversation. Now, there may be a time, like Kosher said, if your woman cheats on you, she got to go. It all depends on where you are in your marriage. It all depends on how much you all have built in the marriage, how many assets you got, and all of that. It all depends. So I hope I answered that question. It all depends on what's been put into the marriage. I don't think that a woman, you know, I don't believe in people being married 25 years and men saying stuff like, she taking all my money. To me, that's a ridiculous statement. If I've been married to you 25 years, I've contributed and an asset. I am an asset to that relationship and I should be seen that way. Those are my thoughts.
No doubt. I respect that. Shout out to my man, Sir Hill Speaks. Thank you, brother. Shout out to Sir Hill Speak. He said, that's the young line. That's the young line right there at the Kosher Clinician salute. He said, also shout out to Security Boss Unsolicited. Thank you, brother. And let me hit this super sticker. I'm trying to do all this stuff at one time. I'm like Roberta Flack is killing me softly. And shout out to Sir Hill Speak. He's an excellent from two people I deeply respect at the Kosher Clinician, and that is a deal, right? I appreciate it. That's a deal, right? I appreciate also.
That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right?
We're gonna talk about your story in a minute, Security Boss. Red Pill Lewis, hold tight, brother. I'll see you in the back. I'm gonna bring up in a few minutes, but I'm trying to get through. It's so much I'm trying to get through this.
So hold on for a minute, Coach. I want to mention to somebody. Somebody said, yeah, you know what? I understand now. I ask women all the time to cam up because on my channel, because I want to hear what women have to say.
Right.
But I'm looking at these people here. See, I'm married for 26 years, love my husband, right? And I have women that are single or whatever, maybe looking for. And the way the men are saying these real reckless things right now to me, which I don't care because my man is right here in the background, right? I can see why now that the women don't want to cam up. And this is what I'm talking about. They're not able to see the difference between a woman that is a wife that's been a good wife for 25 years and versus someone that they should be disrespecting. So what do you expect to happen? What is your expectation? My husband is right here and he covers me. He protects me. I'm an asset to him.
Dearly beloved.
And that should be what every man wants. But if you have this type of recklessness in your behavior because you can't wrap your head around who I am as a woman who has a man, then I can understand why men are missing good women.
Dearly beloved.
This is my point I'm trying to make. This is the point I'm trying to make. It doesn't make sense, but I'm good for it. So keep it coming. I got
yeah. And listen, you
don't have to leave me alone. And I can be slow, but I'm still winning. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Even though I'm slow and don't know everything, naive, whatever, I don't have to. My husband covers me and I'm still winning. So
right. Hold tight, Security Boss. Hold tight.
Okay.
I'm trying to do like 12 things at one time. And hold tight, I am Lewis. I'll get you in a minute, brother. But I'm gonna need you to cam up because I don't know you. So if you're cam up when when I tell you to. But I appreciate it. Hold tight, guys. We talk about what loyalty looks like for men, security boss, and these are 10 countries that men are traveling abroad to as it relates to finding loyal wives. I want you to tell me what you think about it. This is only your opinion, but I have some men that are actually in the chat that are thinking about getting their wives from abroad. But the 10 top best countries, the African countries to find a loyal wife. So hold tight, security boss. Let me hit this thing real quick. I'm trying.
Look like they twerking out in the field.
Well, she's not twerking.
That ain't what they doing?
I don't know. I got to look at all of them. Man. And this is fair use, guys. Fair use. This is fair use. Hold tight. Try and do like 12 things at one time. This is fair use, guys, as we seek to bring clarity to this discussion. All right. So security boss, hold tight. This is the top 10 countries where men are trying to find a loyal wife. Hold tight.
Yes, it is.
Africa is the second largest continent on Earth, with a total of 55 countries. Many scientists are still fascinated by the African continent's culture and etymology. They are also fascinated with African cities, cultures, and women. African women are quite contradictory. Some study, work, and develop businesses, while others live in tribes, follow their customs, and are completely cut off from the benefits of the modern world, which frankly, they do not require. Africa hosts different kinds of women, and they come in different shapes, nationalities, skin colors, etc. In today's video, we shall be taking a look at the 10 best African countries to find a loyal wife. Let's get right into the video. 10. Rwanda. Traveling to Rwanda is enjoyable not only because of the low prices, but also because of the attractive women. The national language in Rwanda is English. Therefore, there should be no difficulty in conversing with Rwandan girls. Rwandan women are eager to get to know men, and family is very important to them, just as it is to the rest of Africa. Women are devoted to their husbands here, and it's common for couples to have a large number of children here. So if you wish to marry a Rwandan beauty, you can expect your future family to be quite enormous. 9. South Sudan. South Sudan isn't the safest place to visit, but love has the power to overcome all difficulties. This country is home to some of the most stunning African women, the majority of whom speak English. Female residents of South Sudan are eager to meet foreigners in the hopes of marrying and leaving the country's unstable state, which is plagued by civil war. South Sudanese women respect their husbands and do not cheat on them in marriage, because they understand that a family is a sacred entity that cannot be destroyed. 8. South Africa. Despite the fact it is the second largest continent, it's common for couples to have a large, the majority of whom speak English.
Now, security boss, you're hearing the comments from this narrator. And he's talking about some elements that men are looking for as it relates to finding loyal wives. The thing that we heard was family, respect for husbands, and thus far. Do you see a succinct difference in how women abroad think compared to women here in America? Do you see the succinct difference in your opinion?
Absolutely. Yeah, United States is a very free country, and we have all access to all things. Very much so. They actually see the value in the Black man. So of course, yes, I definitely see it. But guess what? Just like they have classes over there and Asian people have classes teaching women how to value Black men, we need to have classes over here also. But, you love who you love. If they go there and they find a nice woman that treats them nice and that can love them, then I'm all for that. I don't have a problem with that at all.
No doubt, no doubt. Shout out to my man Nice sometime. And that is a deal, right? He said that even a wife at any point can foul and ruin a good man. Security boss, should marriage laws be changed, or should men play Russian roulette with the current marriage culture? And that is a deal, right?
That's a deal, right?
Hold tight.
Right?
Security boss, I'm going to play that clip.
Right? That's
I want you to think
right?
about
That's
that. Let that marinate. The question is, even at the point, so his logic is that, we want men to blindly go into relationships with the law still being unfavorable to men. And what men are saying, what fool will get married? Not because these men do want to get married, but what fool will get married in a world and a culture where the laws don't benefit men, with no fault divorce, with alimony that's antiquated? Men are saying that why should I do that? Why should I do that? Now, if that woman helped that man build a legacy and build an empire, that's something totally different. But we're talking about women that had nothing when they came into the relationship, and then she gets half of that man's assets. So I want you to think about that and let that marinate, security boss, because I want to hear your perspective, okay? Let me get back, because I'm trying to run like 12 things at one Hold on. Let me see. I feel like my head is spinning trying to do all this at one point. Hold on. Give me 1 minute.
Female residents of South Sudan are eager to meet foreigners in the hopes of marrying and living the country's unstable state, which is plagued by civil war. South Sudanese women respect their husbands and do not cheat on them in marriage because they understand that a family is a sacred entity that cannot be destroyed. 8. South Africa. Despite the fact that South Africa is an African country, the local champion ladies include not only dark-skinned beauty, but also white-skinned beauties with blonde hair and blue eyes. Because she represents the link between the ancestors and an unborn child, a bride has a special role in South Africa and is treated with great reverence. However, you have to bear in mind that a husband is fully responsible for all family decisions. 7. Ghana. Ghanaian women are exceedingly warm and hospitable to visitors, and because English is the official language of the country, almost all Ghanaian women speak English. In the life of a Ghanaian lady, family comes first. And in Ghana, divorce is seen as a source of humiliation for a family, particularly for a woman. However, the material side is frequently the most important. For many girls and their families, a financially successful marriage is a top priority. Their husbands are idolized by them, and they never cheat on their husbands. 6. Morocco. Oriental women are naturally stunning. A Moroccan women almost universally have thick eyelashes, dark skin, and white eyes. Moroccan women usually marry after 18 years, and a bride does not need her father's permission to establish a family. Moroccan women are very faithful and constantly honor their husbands throughout their relationships and marriages. However, because polygamy is legal in Morocco, many Moroccan ladies are open to marrying foreigners to find an exclusive companion. The only issue is that Arabic is the official language of Morocco, and women in Morocco are not that fluent in English. Therefore, you might not be able to communicate, since you won't be able to use facial expressions and gestures. 5. Somalia. Most men in Somalia join bandits and pirates, leaving women alone at home. Women are in charge of feeding their children and surviving on their own. In exchange for water or food, parents often sell or marry off their daughter to bandits. That's why during a drought or famine, the number of marriages skyrockets in Somalia. Nearly half of Somali women are married before the age of 18. Therefore, many Somalian girls will be happy if they meet a foreigner who will love and protect them, and in return, they will be the most devoted wives. 4. Kenya. Kenya is the most popular African destination for marriage. Girls in Nairobi are lovely, and it's impossible to stroll down the street without paying attention to them. Kenyan girls may easily contend for first place in the globe based on their level of luxury, pretentious hairstyles, and clothing. Kenyan women are really concerned about their families, and divorce is the most uncommon occurrence. Dating in Kenya will be incredibly intriguing for you if you are a kind and friendly man. 3. Congo. Once in Congo, you won't be able to take your gaze away from the local ladies. Girls' traditional upbringing is predicted on treating their parents, older relatives, and other people with respect. African ladies are more laid back than European or Asian women, and with them, you can form a fantastic romantic relationship. It's crucial to realize that Congolese women have a completely different attitude than European girls when forming connections with them. Nonetheless, Congolese women are ready to meet and converse with outsiders, and once married, these women are devoted to their husbands and do not cheat on them. 2. Ethiopia. Travelers claim that the first time they see a gorgeous Ethiopian, their pulse beats faster. These ladies have chisel shapes, molded without the use of surgery, and they are as graceful as panthers and as scorching as a tropical night. Despite the fact that women's equality has been incorporated in Ethiopian law for over 6 years, these regulations do not work in practice. Men and women who are single have the same social position. After marriage, however, a female is fully dependent on her husband and his family. And it may interest you to know that the legal age for marriage in Ethiopia is 15. It's not essential to travel to Africa just to begin a relationship with an exotic beauty. However, it's a lot easier to locate in sweet dates. 1. Tanzania. Tanzanian ladies are calm, gentle, and laid back. In Tanzania, family is a person's most valuable asset. Hence, they value its creation and adhere to all customs and ceremonies. It's common to have a large number of children here, with an average of about 4 children in each family. Travelers should anticipate increased scrutiny, and girls here are ready to marry a foreigner. It's however vital to familiarize yourself with the country while traveling around it, and it's very possible to fall in love in Tanzania. So there you have it, explorers, the 10 best African countries to find a loyal wife. Which of these countries' women captivate you the most? Don't hesitate to share your thoughts with us in the comment section. Also, don't forget to press the like button and make sure to subscribe.
All right. So what did you think about that? The countries that men are looking for loyal wives from. What do you think about that, and what resonated based on that conversation, based on what you heard?
I think they were beautiful women, and if men go there and they find love and women to submit to them and do all the things that they want them to do, I have no problem with it.
No doubt.
None whatsoever. I mean, I don't see anything wrong with it, but they seem to be they seem to be twerking. They seem to be not so natural. And all those things that the women from the West are too. So just make sure you're choosing correctly. Make sure you're vetting. Make sure they're putting family first, like they said. And I saw him, he said, and they don't cheat. So all those things are very important. So men, just make sure you're paying attention. I don't have a problem with that though. I think there was some very beautiful women there. I don't disagree with that.
Right. No, I totally agree. I think men, and I think the women too, they find, they're decent brothers over there. I don't have an issue with it either. I want to ask you a question. How have your loyalty fortified the inner sanctum of your husband? How have your loyalty made him a better man? Because you're married to a Leo, like myself. Leo men honors loyalty. We honor loyalty. And a woman that's loyal, she gets the best. And I can say, guys, on firsthand, Chief got some swag. He got that Leo swag like me. He got a nasty whip. He got a nasty whip. He got a nasty whip. And he takes good care of his wife. I can tell by his energy, he's very protective of her. And he loves his wife. But how have your loyalty fortified the masculinity of your husband? Because I know you're loyal to him, but how has your loyalty fortified your husband? Because, I can tell from his energy, he's a happy man. I can just feel from his energy, he's happy. But how have you fortified your husband's love?
I am my husband's cheerleader. Whatever he needs and wants, I do. I encourage him to do whatever it is he wants to do. I even, years ago, we used to hire people to do things. And I told one day my husband, I said, you know what? You're just as smart as they are. You can do it. And since then, this man will do it. I'd be like, no, babe, you don't need to do that part. But he wants to do everything now. He says, all I need is the right tools. So I have not motivated, but I encourage him to do everything. I mean, he's my superhero. We even have it on the back of the car. So I encourage him, and he knows whatever he needs, I'm there. I'm an asset to my husband, and he realizes it. He realizes, and he's, he's humble enough to realize it though. Not all men are, and he's an alpha man, and he realizes that, she might know how to do that a little better than myself. Maybe I need to let her do that. Mm-hmm. And then so he, allows me to do that. Mm-hmm. And he knows I'm like one of the only people that he probably trusts. So that's what my loyalty has done. He knows that I'm going to be there for him. He knows I'm going to have his back. He also knows I'm not going to let anybody say anything out of order towards him. I'm going to be like, what was that, babe? So he knows I got his back. He knows. And that's what loyalty does.
I see him in the back. I see him in the back hitting them buttons. Hold tight.
That's he's not hitting the button. He's just saying he's agreeing with me. That's
we agree.
That's his way of speaking because y'all don't hear his voice.
Right. Yeah, that's funny. All right, so let's go over this real quick. I'm gonna go over this a little bit. I am Lewis. I'm gonna need you to show your face if you want to come up in a minute, brother. But hold tight, security boss, because some of these people I don't know. Okay, I see you, brother.
Oh, I don't know.
I see you. No, I see I am Lewis. Give me a few minutes, I am Lewis. I'm going to let you come on, brother. Give me a few minutes. I just want to go over this with security boss real quick. So security boss, you got attacked by 100 women. I got verbally attacked by 100 women, females. Kevin Samuels started the conversation. Let's go back in time and talk about the posthumous Kevin Samuels. And, I know you don't agree 100% with everything he said. Neither did I agree with many things that he said. But, he's had a lot of notoriety about this, I think this new YouTube channel, We Need to Talk. You've been on that channel. And you got attacked verbally for your conversation. I'm going to go and look at some of the, comments. Well, not the comments. So I'm going to let you talk a little bit. And I want you to break it down for the audience, okay? Hold tight.
Single family.
Hold tight.
Find some breathing room. Compare your way there. Find the smartest mortgage for you on NerdWallet.
Search for the most pet-friendly rentals anywhere on apartments.com. Oh, you got it.
Family homes in our community. 64%. It's not 50-50. It's not 40-60. It's 64%. So what do we have to do to correct the problem? What's happening? I didn't do that video to give anybody credit for anything. The video was, edited. So it was kind of taken out of context. You had to watch the whole video. And if you would have, then you would have saw exactly what was being said. But for the fact that they jumped on it, like it was like, oh my God, like I had just thrashed them, but I didn't, so what do we do? And I like Gia, I love the fact that you said that. What do we do? Your children are not mess. Okay. Just Jay, how are you? That's you talking. What do you mean, just your children are not mess? I'm not sure what you mean by that, but I want you to go ahead and type in and let us know. I hope your children are not mess. But Hank, how are you? But anyway, 64% single moms, 78% newborns to single moms. Okay, Gia. Oh, that's from Scam Likely. Oh, I'm sorry. Y'all having a conversation. Forget me. But anyway, I appreciate y'all doing that. Listen, I'm going to drop the link because I don't want y'all to keep this information to yourselves. And Just Jay, you can definitely come up and if you like, or either in the chat, tell us what you mean by your children are not mess. This doesn't apply to everybody. And I don't think you think that it does. And I hope you're not wearing something that you shouldn't.
So Secure the Balls, this was about a 3-hour stream. Real quick, I want you to break it down to the audience. What was this whole episode about? Let's talk about the attacks that you went through. And were you somewhat appalled by the level of vitriol that you got overall? Did you hear me?
I was actually on another show called We Can Talk, or We Need to Talk. I'm sorry. It's called We Need to Talk with a young man named Alan. Forgive me, Alan. We Need to Talk. And I did an interview with him. And what I said is that it's not time to celebrate single motherhood with a baby shower. Mm-hmm. But he clipped it and made it only a 10-second or 30-second clip and put it out on Instagram. So all they had got to hear was a little bit of me saying it's not time to celebrate single motherhood, but it was a lot more said. So that's what they responded to. And they went on to say so many different things. But did it surprise me? No, because young people are they're young and they're not mature into life and what goes on. So everything they do, they don't want to account for it. So they do things and they think it's okay. They think everything is joyous. Everything is all right when it's not. Because what I said was, or my thoughts is that when you're by yourself, things get very difficult. And are these people, the sisterhood, are they going to be there for you? And instead of rejoicing, we need to have women come together and tell you what to expect, how to take on the next part of the life. And what about the child? How is this child going to have a balance that it needs? Because this was a real life situation. That child, the particular child I was talking about, the dad is not even yet accepting that he's 50 years old and just had a baby.
Right.
So it was a real scenario. So I was just in the actual interview saying that we need to prepare women for the long haul, not just pay, spend a bunch of money on a baby shower. So that's what I was saying. And I use myself for an example because I had my child by my fiance before my husband. Mm-hmm. And he was the wrong man. So I'm glad I did not get married, but I made a mistake. Mm-hmm. And that's what it was about. So they didn't get to hear the whole video in entirety, and they just kind of made their judgment calls. But no, I'm not surprised because young people, they don't think clearly. And I didn't when I was young. I needed to grow up. I needed to mature. So I don't have a high expectation. That's why we're here. We're here to be examples and give them real life situations so they can know what to look forward to. So they maybe can miss some of these obstacles that we've actually been through. So,
and I think Security Boss, what you went through is more or less the sentiments that a lot of men are saying. They're saying that the remnant is so small, it's not worth them wasting their time, energy, money, or effort dealing with cantankerous, unruly, rebellious women. You are a woman, and they attacked you for you trying to say, listen, I made bad choices, and we shouldn't be celebrating single motherhood. Right. But my whole point is if they attack a woman that's an elder, by the way, and you don't look like one, but you look good for your age. But if they attack you being an elder, how much more would they attack men and take heed to what men are saying? And that's what men are saying, Security Boss. The modern woman has become so violent in her responses to anything that look like truth. Men are saying, you know what, I'd just rather either sit on the sideline or take my talents elsewhere because they got to go do so much just to get to a quality woman. What's your take on that?
I agree with that, but I do have a question. It just came to me a second ago. A lot of times the bitterness and anger and the craziness and the honoriness that we see from women, like on the women that was on Instagram, it comes from certain kinds of trauma and things that have happened, the bad decisions, what have you. But are we saying and thinking that if they do go abroad, that those women won't have trauma and things will not have happened to them, or that will not come out in the relationship? That was just a thought I just came up with. I don't know.
That's a fair conversation, and I'm going to give you the 9, the 411, like Mary J. Blige say. What's the 411? You know, I'm gonna give you the 411. So here's the 411 security boss.
Yes, sir.
You're a very intelligent woman, but we call it the odds. If you look at the odds are a lot better when it comes down to a culture that's ready and relevant to being a wife versus the culture here. If you compare the odds abroad versus the odds here, the odds are better abroad. It does not mean that the women abroad don't have issues. It does not mean that the women abroad don't have vicarious trauma. But those women are in patriarchies, not matriarchies, not gynocentric cultures where the women don't honor, value, or respect their men. Thus, because abroad is more patriarchal, thus because the laws are not gynocentric, thus because the laws are not matriarchal, the men have higher probabilities for success abroad than being within the contextual framework of America. So I would say succinctly that the odds are better for men to go abroad and find a more sustainable relationship than more or less dealing with no fault divorce, because someone asked you about no fault divorce. No fault divorce, something that's destroyed the lives of many men, archaic alimony laws, paternity fraud, and so many other things. Men are saying, I'm not going to take my chances here. I'll take my chances where the odds are better, because men by nature are very logical. What's your take on no-fault divorce security balls? That was the question that was posed to you earlier.
Yeah. I always think it's somebody's fault, but I don't believe in divorce. But I just think that I think the law should be changed. I do think that there should be some things, especially when it comes to custody of the children. I don't think that the mother should automatically get the custody of the children. So that's one thing I think needs to be changed. But I also think that men need to stay engaged in that whole divorce situation. I don't think the men should walk away unless they have their children with them. I don't think, often the men walk away. Not saying they walk away, they're getting a divorce if this is true, but they think that it's going to work itself out. I don't think they should walk away without their children. I think all this should be established before they even get the divorce. What happens? Actually, it could be like a bargaining to before the divorce to what happens. You get what I'm saying? And I think sometimes that is one big part that I don't agree with. But no fault. Again, just think about the woman getting all the money and 50-50, but you told me to base it on the fact that the woman had nothing coming in. That's kind of hard for me to believe, but based on that fact, then what did the woman do during the course of the marriage? If they didn't combine anything, the man had his thing, he started his own business, then he should walk away with his own business, and then the woman should have to take care of himself. But if she worked for him, I do think the man should take care of this woman. I just don't believe in men just being in marriage for many years and leaving the marriage and not taking care of the woman.
Okay, the way I see it, if she cheated on him, she ain't get nothing. If he decided to leave her and it's amicable and they decide to split, then yes, she should be taken care of. Okay. But I don't believe
on her. What if he cheated on her though? What if he cheated? That's such a crazy. But what if he cheated on her? If take care for the rest of her life because he cheated? That doesn't make sense, Coach.
My point is, secure the boss. Under the auspices of what alimony was, it's for women that didn't work. They took care of home and they took care of children. Women there are independent, they make money, and they have their own careers. So that's why men consider alimony very archaic, because it doesn't justify the freedoms and the liberties that many modern women have. If a woman's a stay-at-home mom, taking care of kids, she was an honorable woman, then yes, that woman should be taken care of for life. If she doesn't have a career, have not built herself up to more or less take care of herself, I think that man should take care of that woman. I don't have a problem with that. But for women to have careers, make adequate money, as much or more than their men, no. The women that say I'm not happy, I don't want to be married anymore. No, she shouldn't get nothing. I don't even care if I don't even care if she helped them build that relationship. If she decided to walk out, say it because she's not happy, no, she shouldn't get anything. If that man cheated on her, then she should get something. I don't know the percentage, but she definitely should get.
This is really ridiculous conversation when you talk about stuff like that. But I get what you're saying. Right. But that's the reason why I said to the comment the young man said, we're talking about two different type women. Alimony and child support should go to a woman that has been in the home taking care of the kids. But he also mentioned a woman that worked 9 to 5. You should not have to give alimony to a woman that works a 9 to 5 job, a full-time job, and has her own career. So I agree with what he was saying, but that's two different women. Now, if you're saying to me that men are now having to take care of women who have full-time jobs through alimony, then okay, then the laws do need to be tweaked a little bit. But again, I think it's based on solely the type of life that you had, and you go from there. But again, I don't believe in divorce. I think it's better if you pour into your wife and into the relationship and make it work.
Right. But you're a Libra. You're a scale balancer. You are a romantic by heart. You believe in romanticism, and there's nothing wrong with that because I do too. Don't get it twisted. I agree with you. 1,000%. I think you should pour into. So I'm not arguing that. You're right. I think it's almost like you and I are from different worlds and different generations, and we're still under the Anita Baker umbrella, where, love and romance was more powerful. But the world has changed radically. These women have changed radically. The men have changed as well. And it's just a different world now, and I think sometimes we get so caught up in nostalgia that we have a hard time adjusting to the parameters. Now, I will say
it's not nostalgia. I'm saying to you, if you're not ready for that commitment, don't do it. But if you do it, take it seriously and do it for life. Pour into it the way you pour into everything else you want as men and women. We do what we want to do. We don't know, nothing else should control you. The social media shouldn't control your life, although it's a huge influence. It should not control your life. It shouldn't keep you from having a good marriage if that's what you want. Mm-hmm. It just seems so often like everything in the world controls what you do. Don't allow the world to control you decide what you want and you make that your goal, just like men in their businesses. Kosher clinician, somebody else didn't tell you were going to be kosher clinician. You decided to do that and you walked it out. You do everything else this way. Whatever you want to invest in, men typically have that kind of determination. You invest in it and you make it work. I think that you should look at your marriage the same way. But if you want to look at it with, I got to have one leg in, and just in case at the end this happens, then typically that's going to be your that's half of your heart per se. That's going to be wait a minute, didn't you earlier somebody say got another man hanging in the back?
Yeah. He popped off. Brother, give me a minute. About 2 minutes.
No. I'm talking about in the video. They said the woman has her husband, but she also got another one hanging around just in case that one doesn't work. Right.
They're already planning. They're planning for failure. They come in.
So to me, going into a marriage with also the plan for the divorce is planning for failure. I'm not saying, though, if you're a millionaire or a 6-figure person and you're an older man getting married, you should not have a prenup. I agree to that because we do make bad decisions.
You say you should or you shouldn't?
You should. Okay, if you're an older man already established completely in life, 40, 50 years old, and you're taking on a younger woman that is married or married, whatever, I do think you should protect yourself in that instance. But if you're building with a woman and y'all building together, I'm just saying, plan to be married. Don't plan to be divorced because it can work. But, I get it. The world has changed, but marriage has not. Marriage
the world has changed. No, I totally agree. Give me a minute, security boss. Shout out to my man, Andrew Baker, for that $20.
That's a deal, right?
That's a deal, right? Security boss.
That's a bet,
today,
right?
Most women don't even know what loyalty is, and they don't care to find out. At the end of the day, they will find a way to blame men for not knowing. Interesting conversation. I'm going to drop the link. Brother, I forgot the name of the brother. What was the name of the brother from the back? Will, you can pop back on, man. Security boss, how much time you got there?
Oh, I don't even know what time it is. I'm fine.
It's 11:18. All right. So, guys, I don't want you guys to attack security boss. She's a good sister.
No, you can attack me because I got a big man right here behind me. So if you're
right.
ready for that, you go ahead and do what you gonna do. Because he
well, we ain't gonna have all that. I think we can have a difference of opinion and be respectful. You know, you and I.
Don't worry about it. I'm covered.
Yeah, you definitely covered.
Exactly.
I'm gonna ask you this question, security boss, and once again, James, I forgot the guy's name. Ian, the link has been dropped, brother. So you want to come on, please do. Please cam up, and then also to the brother James that was on a couple of minutes ago. Red Pill, something I don't know what his name was, but I am something. You can pop on as well. Anybody else want to have a conversation, a coaching conversation with security boss as we seek to find balance? But you were on a show called Kevin Samuels started this conversation, and what did Kevin Samuels mean to you, security boss? What did he mean to you?
Kevin Samuels, I believed a lot of what he said. I appreciate the fact that he was to the point. Did I believe in all of his message? I don't know. No, I don't. But he did believe in being married, and he believed in being married forever. And he was trying to get people to understand how to achieve that. He also was telling women exactly what they needed to do. Now, I did not agree with the high value part. I agree with the high value part, but I didn't agree with, sometimes he would say things like, well, woman, if you want 3 kids, your man got to make $350,000 a year and things of that nature. I don't agree with that because I don't think it requires that much. But I understand or understood what part was for the show and which part was just, him speaking. So it didn't bother me. But I also wanted to point out that often he was speaking, but he wasn't speaking to everyone, but that wasn't his fault. Everyone embraced it as though that he was speaking to them, but he wasn't.
Right.
So that causes a problem because that kind of brings us to where we are now with sometimes men not understanding or women not understanding what exactly he was saying and putting words into his mouth or leaving with the wrong understanding of what he was actually saying.
No doubt. Hold tight. Shout out to my man, Top Gun, for that $5 super sticker. He said, marriage has not changed, but the laws have, respectfully. Now, we have on the guests, I am Lewis, Ian, and Mark. Starting with Ian Lewis. He was first, and then Ian, and then my man, Mark. How would you like to add clarity to the conversation, I am Lewis?
Okay, thanks for having me.
Yes, sir.
I agree with security boss and what she's saying, and what was the problem, like you said earlier, what the problem that we have in our culture is that our society that we live in does not support the goals that we're trying to make. And it's a number of different reasons, and we can get into that later, but our culture that we're in right now does not support a man marrying a woman and riding off into the sunset.
Right.
And so when you're trying to have that in your society that you live in, television, movies, social media does not support that, it's hard. And I explain why I say this, because I got sons, and I tell my sons, if you're interested in a young lady and she didn't have a father in her house in her life, run fast. And they, what are you talking about? I said, well, because you grew up under the dynamic of, baby, go give me a glass of water. There's no pushback.
Mm-hmm.
You ask a young woman, baby, go get something to drink. You ain't my daddy.
Mm-hmm.
My mama said my daddy wasn't.
Mm-mm.
And you go get your own damn water. And that's the difference in our culture and other cultures. Because, the other cultures, they seen their mother catering to their father. Mm-hmm. They seen their mother, or they was taught, hey, can you go get daddy's shirt out the dryer? Okay, daddy, I'll go get it. And in our culture, it's not a lot of that. And it's a number of reasons why, and I'm not saying that, it's right or wrong, but if you're looking for a certain result, you have to be in a certain environment to get it. And our environment does not foster that.
Right.
And so now it is out there. It is a needle in a haystack because since 95, so I understand the 27 year security boss. I understand since 95, and it hasn't been easy. We didn't have any unrealistic expectations, and I'm in it for the long haul.
Absolutely.
Yes, it's been times I wanted to, say the heck with this, but where am I gonna go?
Yep. We all have our selfish moments.
Exactly. So, and it can happen, but it's certain things that you have to look for. You can't look for traditional with modern standards.
That's right.
Because modern standards doesn't support what traditional is trying to bring out. And so I can understand how, people say, yeah, go here, go there, go there. That's right now, and that's an option. That's one of the options. I'm not saying that's not an option. That's an option. But, you have the same thing here, but there's certain things you have to look for. Did she have a father growing up? What type of relationship she had with her father? Was he in the home? Was he the breadwinner? Did her mother respect her father? Because you have a lot of people that's getting the bag and they think the bag is to determine the factor who runs the household. No, you're a man whether you have $1 or if you have $1 million.
Absolutely. Yes.
But as a man, you got to get the bag because of certain things that you can't do without money, and that's understood. But see, that's not being taught. People think just because I got the bag, I'm the man. No, yeah, you have the bag. You are a man, and you're supposed to get the bag because in order to fulfill your responsibilities as being a man, it takes money.
Right.
So and that's where we get, that's where it gets twisted a little bit.
Yes, sir.
And a lot of people, they it's cloudy to them and they don't understand why it didn't work. Because just because you got the money, and that was one of the things that Kevin used to say, and with that Walter conversation. I don't know if you saw the video with Walter, and Walter said his wife would follow him everywhere.
Absolutely.
And
homeless. We'd be homeless together.
Right. And the cardboard up underneath the bridge.
Yep.
Because she respects me for my manness, and she knows that I'm gonna get us out of this.
Right.
It has nothing to do with money, and that's where we have to point it out and to put back what we said earlier. Yes, we need the people that points it out, and we need the people to say this is the direction to go. But if that's what if you're trying to go in this direction, you can't mess with them over there. And so we need a combination of both.
Well. I personally think, I applaud Security Boss for doing what she's trying to do, but the level of vitriol that she received from women when she was actually trying to help the situation disproves my point that the culture is very broken, it's very decadent. I think we're done. I'm not against people trying. I'm not against Security Boss, what she's doing. If she got a cadre of women that are willing to, I call it a little tribe, to support and be a good wife, I support her and what she's trying to do. I just think the great conglomerate is dead. I think it's broken irretrievably. And that's just how I feel. Ian, real quick, how would you like to add to the conversation? If you want to ask Security Boss questions, feel free to do so. Yeah. Thank you, Ian. I am Lewis. Go ahead, brother.
That, what I was saying that he was because of the fact that when
you're breaking up, Ian.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Go ahead, brother.
So, it's kind of hypocritical. Okay, I don't follow these people. These people are not important in the public eye. But you're on a platform.
Yeah. Your audio is choppy, Ian.
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you now, brother. Go ahead.
Yeah. So what I should have put on my headphones, but what I'm saying is that when you're dealing with the public, right, and then to say that you shouldn't listen or you shouldn't comment or you shouldn't use the public people as a barometer for anything, it's kind of hypocritical because now you're a public figure in the same sense. So now we have to take your word for who you are and concerning your image. So understand in the real world, people do look at image, and especially they look at celebrities. So you can't just come out and say, okay, let me just change the reality of the world we live in. The world we live in, we do look at celebrities and we do judge them. And a lot of people are swayed by how they move. So to come out and say that Jada Pinkett is loyal, that is a reckless statement to make, a very reckless statement. If you don't know who they are, I would suppose that you just wouldn't make a comment. But to say to the women and then the people who are watching your show and that you're trying to influence, to say to them specifically, okay, she is the example of a loyal woman. I think that's reckless in a lot of ways, and I think it's counterproductive, because I think that maybe what you're looking for is not to tell women that they need to be submissive to their men. Maybe that's the aim that you're looking for, and the problem you had with Kevin Samuels, because this idea about marriages being forever and whatever, that's a bunch of BS. At the end of the day, the marriage should last as long as the woman decides to be on the man's program. But I think that's too much for a lot of women, even the married women, to say. You know, as long as you're on the man's program, that determines how long the marriage should last, right? Whether it lasts as 5, 6, 7, 1, or however, or to the end. If you're on that man's program, you should stay married. And I don't think it's the other way around, where the woman determines who is right, or the woman determines the length of the marriage. I think the man determines that, whether or not you are the helpmate to him and you can continue to be that. So I'll let you respond.
So, Ian, are you married? Are you married?
Go ahead and respond.
Ian, are you married?
Respond to what I'm saying first, and then I'll answer your question.
I am responding. Are you married?
You're not responding to what I'm saying.
Well, we don't have a conversation if you can't relate.
So if you think that you can basically destroy me and basically not actually attack the argument, you gotta go with the argument first. You know, I'm a grown man.
No, listen.
Hey, and this is a thought sphere. You have to engage the point that I made. If you don't want to engage the point, okay, that's fine. You don't have to do that.
Are you married?
Again, this is the point that I'm making. You don't want to be submissive, and again, you're not calling the shots. If you don't want to address what I'm saying, listen. You can smile all you want and play that game.
So why don't you
going to address the point? Are you going to address the point that I made?
I am.
But first, I'm asking you to respect me enough to address the point that I made.
Well, I'm asking you for your respect also.
Okay, so we're at a standstill. I'm just asking you to be respectful and first address what I said, and not try to act like you're the one that's determining how this conversation is going.
Since this is not your show, I'm going to tell you what I want you to know, okay? My husband is my covering. I've been married for 25 years. You're not married, and I can tell that you're not. My husband and I are going to be married forever.
Talking about
no. Don't be disrespectful. Don't be disrespectful. Don't be disrespectful. Don't be disrespectful.
Hold tight, guys. Hold tight. Ian,
to answer your question,
hold tight. Go ahead.
The first thing that you said was, if you want to determine your life by what a celebrity does, then that's something that you can do. But celebrities do not alter or run my life, and I'm sorry that happens to you.
I didn't. And
it's not. Listen, you're not allowing me to address your questions. You did say that. You said it's reckless. No, what's reckless is that we live our life through what the world tells us to live it. And that's not what I do. My husband is my covering. He's listening and he's here. Now, if you don't have, well, listen, let's just say it this way. If your mind is a single-minded mindset, which it is, I would suggest that you stay single until you're able to allow someone to come into your life and change that, or that you would get a spiritual relationship with something that's greater than yourself, so you can see yourself and actually be a good husband to someone else. But if you're not willing to do those things, then marriage would not be for you. But going back to the celebrities again, Jada, you know nothing about Jada. I know nothing about Jada, but the things that we see that they choose to let us see. And what they let us see is that Jada has been married to Will, despite all these other things. You don't know what they're doing. So I would say she is loyal. As far as me, you see him talking the whole time. You're gonna talk. Go ahead. You go ahead and let him talk, Kosher.
No. Go, Ian. Hold tight, brother, because I want to hear your point, Ian. Hold tight, Ian. Go ahead, security boss, and then I want you to give a rebuttal. Go ahead, security boss. Go ahead.
So again, Jada and Will, we know nothing about. They allow us to know certain things. It could be true. It may not be true. If you want to live your life through them or let them give you advice on your life, you go ahead and do that. That's not what I do. My channel is my life, transparently given to the people that listen to me And guess what? Whatever questions they have, they come to me with it. And that's what I promote. Now, if you want to do celebrity, that's you. If the world determines the way you live your life, that's you. But my husband is my covering, my protector, and he's the man that I'm submissive to. And I do have something to offer to other women to be submissive also. But again, are you married?
And again, I'll respond. The point.
I can't hear you.
You try to make a.
And you're breaking up, brother.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir, brother. Go ahead.
You try to make it about a personal point. You tried to say that I said this, and hold on now. Hold on. You had your turn. You try to make it about me, right? But the point is, you are the one that's supposing to be a voice for Black women and women who want to get married. And I'm telling you, you cannot tell women that Jada Pinkett is the example of a submissive, loyal wife, and then at the same time think that somehow Black men should be applauding you for doing us a service, right? You might be doing yourself a service, but you're not doing Black men a service by saying Jada Pinkett is an example of a loyal woman, because she is not. So, because what we do know, as Kosher adequately explained, she destroyed that man's image, right? She did that single-handedly, right? And she has been doing that. And the fact that you don't acknowledge that, and you think that you need to make this personal, it's clear. She's not loyal to that man. First of all, it's not just about his money, right? It's not just about his career. His mental health is suffering, right? So you can't be a loyal woman, right? And then be attacking the mental and emotional health of the man that you're with. I don't care about the BS you talking about what we don't know. We're not stupid, right? Whether it's inside of the media, outside of the media, we know that man has been emotionally and mentally abused by that female. And for you to come out again and to say, oh, she's loyal, and then tell me I don't know. But how do you? But if we all don't know, how is it that you're able to come out and make a pronouncement that she's a loyal wife? Again,
no, it was a question,
and that's the problem that I had.
It's a question. I was asked a question. Do I think that? I said, yes, she stuck with him before. But guess what? I never said Jada Pinkett was submissive and loving wife. What I said is I don't use them for an example or have any expectation for either one of them. So I think you might have missed that part. That's exactly what I said. I don't look for them for any example. I don't know anything about you. You're talking again. Go ahead. Let them talk.
I said loyal. I didn't say.
You just said I said she was a submissive, loving wife.
Loyal.
I said she was submissive, loving wife.
To say exactly what I said.
What did y'all just hear him say? Didn't he just said I said Jada was submissive, loving wife?
Why are you trying to?
All right, guys, listen up. Listen up.
Wind it back.
Listen, guys. Ian, I know you're passionate. I know Security Boss is passionate. Let's say we'll disagree to disagree. I see
we're not going to disagree to disagree.
But Security Boss. But hold up, Security Boss. My point is this: if it's going to be contentious,
I don't have any.
Okay. Well, I'm doing it. I'm doing it out of respect to you. That's why I said what I said.
I want him to be able to say what he needs to say.
But go ahead, Ian. Keep talking, brother. I was doing that in respect to you because I didn't want to get contentious.
Well, he's not calling. Thank you, Kosher, but he's not calling me out of my name or anything.
Okay, but go ahead, Ian. Speak your point. Go ahead, brother.
He's speaking and forgetting what he's saying.
I can't hear you breaking up, Ian. Go ahead, bro. Go ahead, brother.
Again, I made a clear point. I did it twice, right? And now she's mincing words and changing my words. I said submissive, and I said loyal, and I said it doesn't mean that you cannot be a loyal wife, right? And not just loyal to the man's money and to his career, but you also have to be loyal to his mental health and his emotional health. That's exactly what I said. And until you care about a Black man's emotional and mental and spiritual health, I don't believe anything that you say, because you sidestepped that whole argument that I made twice.
What I heard you say,
not just about a man's career and money. It's about his mental health and emotional health. And if you abuse a man, you cannot call her loyal in any way, shape, or form.
What I said was she is loyal when asked a question, because she is still continuing to be married to this man. I know nothing about his mental health. I know he's an actor. I know they both act. So I don't know. If you know personally, then guess what? That's on you. I never said that Jada was submissive in any way. I said I don't run my life like they run theirs, and I have no expectations from them to be married, is what I said. And it has been personal for you, not personal for me. It's been personal for you. If you want to use them as an example for your life, then you can, but I don't.
No, I
don't. And I don't know. Let me get done. Let me get done.
I didn't say I used them, Nessie, but you're lying.
Did. You said
I didn't say I used them as an example for my life, sweetheart.
You did. You said the
No,
public.
I did not. No, I did not say I used them as an example for my life.
Hold on for 1 second.
I did not say I used
guys. Listen.
I didn't say that.
Listen. For the sake of peace, it's good. If you guys can't talk and hear one another without talking, let's move forward, because I know you're passionate, Ian, and I do respect you and Security Boss both. I respect you guys both, but it's getting to the point where it's not congealing. And so let's just say we disagree for the sake of respect, because I respect you both. I want to ask you a question, Mark. You're in the panel. If you want to ask Security Boss a question, feel free to add clarity to the conversation, brother. Mark, unmute yourself, brother.
Thank you very much, Kosher. And Security Boss, I tip my hat to you. And the panel, thank you for everything. I have had opportunity to see a couple of your shows, Security Boss, and I enjoyed them, really. And I respect you because you put out there how much you care and respect your husband. So I give you props for that. Casey, I respect you and thank you for all that you do to bring men into strong mental position.
Right.
A lot of the conversation that both of you have had tonight have played out with subjective words. For example, the word of loyalty. How do you measure loyalty? What does loyalty look like? Somebody can easily say, well, yeah, and I want to agree with you on the surface, Security Boss, that, yeah, Jada is loyal to Will Smith. On the other hand, if she is really that loyal, would she have allowed, or would she have put him in a position to do what he did to Chris Rock? Again, this is all subjective, so I'm not going to go down that road. Some of the things that you said tonight, I take issue with, but broad stroke about this by saying this. When you said you agree with Kosher, when clearly, at least to my thinking, you were both on different paths, and you wanted to cover it up and say you agree, which is you wanted to put yourself out there. Again, I'm being respectful. I'm not. I hope I'm not being disrespectful in any way. You wanted to put yourself out there to show that you were right. So you agreed with Kosher. Instead of saying, Kosher, I see your point, I don't take your point, or Kosher, I'm going to take your point, even though this is my point. And that would have been better than I agree with, or we are both saying the same thing, and you are brushing us with the need to be right. Am I making sense so far, Security Boss?
You are making sense, but it all depends on what exactly you're talking about. Because I cleared up something, because sometimes Kosher, I'm coming from a place of marriage being successful.
Correct. And I agree with you. Again, please understand, that's why I use the word subjective, because again, what you and I might look at as success of a marriage to somebody else is a total failure. Again, I'm not out to castigate you in any way or to come out so strongly against you. For example, one of the very first things that you said was, if a man is being godly, doing everything that he's supposed to do, would God send from all my looking at the scripture, I don't see where God sends a wife to somebody. God gives men the opportunity to choose.
Right. So what I said was, go ahead.
That would God send him a rotten woman?
What I should have said, would he allow him to be with a rotten apple?
Exactly. So again, I'm taking the words and using those words, okay? And
I got one that's better. If he's in alignment, if he's in perfect alignment with Christ at the time, would he even choose a rotten apple? I probably should have said it that way.
Exactly. And again, Kosher, I like the way you answer it because God can allow it. The man has the free choice. God can put things in place, and also the devil, the enemy, can also put things in place.
Right.
And if he's not discerning at the right time, he can make the wrong choice.
Right.
But you just answered the question. You said not discerning at the right time. That takes him out of alignment.
Well, you can still be in alignment and be out of step. So these are subjective words that we can't really measure concretely.
Listen to this. I agree with you because, like I said, also we can be distracted. If a man is but I don't know if that was what you're talking about when you said being kosher. Well, I said I agree with him, but that is one of the times when I'm saying to him, it could be subject to a distraction. It could be subject to something else, but I agree with what he's saying, but it's still the fact for me. If you're in perfect alignment, then this is what will happen.
And you know what? Truthfully, security boss, this is one of the things that I enjoy about you. That even when there's disagreement that there is to be had with you, you are still humble enough to recognize, okay, I can absorb the disagreement that I'm getting. So I hope I'm saying this correctly. Now, there's one more thing that I wanted to talk about, that women have the freedom to choose whether they are going to fall under the protection of a man. So if a man, no matter how he chooses to offer the protection, provide the protection, the woman has the choice to choose whether she's going to fall under that protection. And if she chooses not to fall under the protection and says he is not providing protection, then she's putting herself outside of what he is capable of doing. And a lot of women nowadays choose not to fall under the protection of their man because they already have their own agenda. Women are coming into relationships having their own agenda. Please, Kosher, let me explain something here.
Go ahead, brother. Go ahead.
When God made Eve, there's one thing that God did. God did not name Eve. Thereby, God did not define Eve for Adam. Adam saw Eve and named her and defined Eve for who she would be to him.
Right.
Nowadays, women define themselves for us guys and expect us to take them for what they've defined themselves to be.
I see your point.
Wake it up.
So listen, so we also covered that when we talked about, and you're exactly right again, but we're saying disobedience. When a woman is disobedient to the covering and the protection, then she's out of alignment. It is her fault. It is her duty to fall back in alignment. It's her duty to be accountable for what she does. So I agree with Kosher on that also.
Okay. So then why would you say that the man is not providing protection when she's not falling into the protection? Unless I misunderstood what you were saying, because whether the man is providing the protection or not, it is the responsibility of the woman to seek to follow the protection.
I think what you're talking about is when I said when a man is, there's a problem when the man is not in alignment with Christ. Could that be it?
Right.
Okay.
Yes.
When he is out of alignment, then that woman will and can be out of alignment also. I agree with that. I believe that.
And what? Okay. And what does Paul say? Paul says, look, women, live and behave in such a way that if your husband is an unbeliever,
right,
you can win him. Most women, okay, and I see this a lot within the church. Most women who are so-called Christian believers think they know more than their husbands. Thereby, they fall out. When the Bible didn't say your husband has to be a believer, a God-fearing man to provide protection for you. We saw that with what's her name, the woman that ended up marrying David. When the husband was foolish, saying, "Hey, I don't have to provide anything for you." We saw this woman carefully living under the protection of the husband and taking care of David. So where David said, "Okay, I will not destroy your husband." But a lot of times women behave in such a way that their husbands are destroyed.
I agree with you again, but again, we're talking about this. We're talking about a woman that's being disobedient. When I speak to kosher, or when I'm making my statements, I'm coming from a woman and a man that is on one accord, that is building together, and this is what you do every day to do that. Your daily job is to be on one accord. He's speaking to me.
Forgive me for interrupting you here, and that was one of the points that I also had a challenge for you on.
Okay, can I finish that first one? Let me finish the first
one. Go
When
ahead. I'll hold my tongue.
When he's speaking to me, about a man that is married to a modern woman. And these are the functions of a modern woman. I noticed that as we continued to talk. I noticed that that's how he was speaking to me. So I think, go ahead.
Forgive me here. Let me interject something here, and maybe this would change the conversation a little bit.
And Mark, hold tight. Let me make sure I'm clear. When I was talking security boss, I was talking to the guys actually that I was assuming she was a spiritual woman. That's what I was thinking. That if she's a spiritual woman, that because we know modern women are not going to adhere to men from a masculine perspective and also from a spiritual perspective. But I think I see what Mark is saying. The gospel say that the sanctified wife sanctifies the husband. The premise was that if a woman falls into sin, and you correct me if I'm wrong, security boss, I could be wrong, but your premise is if a woman falls into sin, the man is partially or is to blame because he's the leader. But I think what Mark is saying, if that woman is a spiritual woman, a woman of faith, knows her position, knows how to flow in authority with God, that sanctified wife sanctifies the husband. It's out of fellowship. It does not mean that man should not be covering and leading God and his wife. But as Mark is saying, sometimes men, she might marry the unbeliever. She got saved years later into the relationship. And in a situation like that, when you got a spiritual woman that's a convert now with an unbelieving man, is that unbelieving man responsible for holding that woman in position if she decides to go out and sin? But that man is not a believer. He's not a believer. He's an unbeliever. So in the meantime, the sanctified wife sanctifies the husband. And I think what Mark is saying, that we all have a responsibility to be responsible to ourselves. But if you look at it through the greater kaleidoscope of a spiritual woman and a spiritual man, I do agree that overall that man should be protecting his wife. I do agree that man can set the tone. He can or do set the tone for the relationship. But at the same time, we are all responsible for our walk with God, and we all will stand. So that's my take on that. But go ahead.
And Kosher, thank you for providing the clarity.
But we actually.
Kosher, could I add to that?
Agree.
Well, guys, hold on. Everybody's trying to talk. Let security boss talk, and I want to hear her point. Then I want to hear Mark. I'm gonna let you come back, but then I also want to hear Sir Hill speak because he's been waiting for a while. Security boss, the floor is yours, dear. I want to make sure you get your position out. Go ahead.
No, I agree with that. And we are, I felt like we covered that too, because we talked about the woman who has to cover, who has to be submissive, and who has to have the relationship with Christ. Because we also mentioned at that time, I forgot, how do we say that, Kosher? I forgot how we said it. I'll come back to it in just a second. But you're exactly right. We're still saying the same thing. We're talking about a woman that was being disobedient. I wasn't talking about a woman that was being disobedient. I was just saying that people are not perfect. I know how I said it. I was mentioning growing pains. I say if something like that happens, then men or the woman has to go through growing pains. I think we started this by blaming one or the other. And I was like, we can't do that, because if the man is in perfect alignment with Christ, then the woman will be too. But if he falls away, he's the head. He's the person's responsible that's keeping this marriage intact. So it's vice versa. If this woman marries a man that is not saved and they make these vows, then she is the one that would be connected. But there are going to be growing pains, because that is not in order. That's not the order in the way it should be. But neither party are 100% all of the time. So I said that. I said we are definitely going to have to rely on each other. But what I was hearing, Kosher, and you help me or not, but I heard Kosher kind of blaming the woman. And I said, if she's being disobedient to what the orders the husband has given her, she's definitely at fault and she needs to account for it. But I'm not talking about being disobedient. I'm just saying not being in order, or not being 100 at the same time. I'm just saying spiritually off.
May I ask you a question then? May I ask you a question then?
Yes, sir.
Kosher, I know you want me to step back a quick second, maybe to the panel, okay?
Yeah, make it real quick, because I want Sir Hill to speak. But go ahead, brother. Go ahead.
Me or Sir Hill?
Well, yeah, go ahead and let Sir Hill speak. He's been waiting. Then I want you to come back, Mark. Go ahead, Sir Hill.
All right, thank you.
First of all, shout out to the one of the only kosher clinician and to Auntie Security Boss. I do want to say something that I do think loyalty is a thing of the past. It doesn't have to stay this way. I'm gonna say this really quickly, then I want to let the guys continue cooking. But today my wife did something, and she put up a post on social media about women who want to be wives, women who want to be wives and attract a certain kind of man. What got me is, as long as my wife talked about positive stuff and nice stuff, I mean, all the women just loved it. They gushed over her, shared her stuff.
Right.
Today, she made a post about having standards and about men don't want women who's for the streets, and there's a certain level of standard you have to live with. And my wife got attacked by the very same women.
Right.
And what?
Hold tight. And that's my point. I'm so here to speak. What I'm saying is the same thing you're saying, brother. The temperature for the modern woman is not conducive for not only being a wife, but the gospel say, "Woe where there's ease in Zion," and you can tell the truth soft or you can say it harshly. But regardless of how you say it, it's still the truth. They don't want to hear it. They attack security boss and they attack your wife, because these men are actually, that's why men like Iron and some of these brothers are so passionate, because these guys are foot soldiers. They see it firsthand. And what guys are saying, look, we tired of fighting, man. We want to create something out of the damn thin air, but it doesn't exist. And that's why some of the guys are so angry, but at the same time passionate. And that's what happens when you hear men venting, because they are tired of the BS of so many modern women. But go ahead, Sir Hill, because you and Security Boss actually are proving my point. But go ahead, brother.
Absolutely. Yeah. So like I'm saying, I'm here, Security Boss, but the point that I wanted to bring up is that women who are generally wives, they see the world in the way as it should be. I think where the disconnect comes from is the world where women want everything. They want the man who provides, the protector, the lover, the leader, the psychologist, the pastor. They want all of it. And two people have created a society of women who want everything and who don't really contribute anything. These are two different people. It's the independent woman who thought that money, success, external stuff was all she needs, and all she needs a man is for his penis. So that's one. And then the other people are the simps who provide a heightened level of sexual attention, which creates the illusion of marital desire. Mm-hmm. And so these two, because there's so much of this, there's a lot of women who are just living in delusion, because even if you hear two married women, security boss is a beautiful woman married for multiple years, over 2 decades. They can't hear the truth from her, because as soon as they turn her off, they've got an inbox full of simps that's going to validate the way that they're living, because they're confusing sexual attention with marital attention. So I think this is the problem. If we can get men not to simp and get men to really open up and think about your life, and then get women who talk about their independence and their lack of a need of a man, I think then we can start talking about loyalty. But in this climate, as it stands now, I'm afraid to say that loyalty is starting to wane, and it does look like it's a thing of the past, but it doesn't have to be.
Oh, yeah, right. It's definitely a thing of the past, man. But I also say, Sir Hill speaks, until we take the new wine and you can't take new wine and put in the old wineskins. Until we change the wineskin, which is a cultural conditioning, you're going to have more of the same. I have not seen it get better. I'm class of 90. And it's gotten worse. It's got precipitously worse. And anytime you have clarion callers like security boss, when you have heteronormative men like Ian Graves, just brothers in general begin to speak and tell their story, it's always met with ill repute. One of the reasons why it's met with ill repute, because we live in a very brazen gynocracy. We live in a very brazen matriarchy. We live in a culture and a system that's devoid of hearing what men say. And when heteronormative masculine men do speak, because they have cognitive dissonance, because they are deaf, they can't hear it. They deny the evidence to what men are saying. They become enraged when you present them with the evidence. They argue to ad hominem attack, meaning they attack the messenger instead of the message. And then they will fight you or they'll flee. They fought security boss. They fought your wife. They fight me. They fight all. I had a invite to be on this magazine called Revolt. I think Sean Diddy Combs actually is the owner of Revolt. But to point, I haven't heard nothing from him. I don't know why. But, but what they do, they want you to change the trajectory of how men are thinking. And what men are saying, no, we ain't going to change nothing. What men are saying now is give me liberty or give me death. Because, see, the modern woman, as I said earlier, want taxation without representation. She still want the benefits of yesterday's while she's still modern. But she wants you to be traditional while she be modern and traditional, or when it's convenient. And what men are saying, we're not going to do it anymore. Either you're going to fall in line, either you're going to fall into my leadership and the divine order that God gave me, or you can set your ass on the sideline. Because there ain't going to be no back and forth. You're going to do it my way and respect my authority as a man, or you can take your ass to the corner or perish. Literally that damn simple. But men got to start being men and stop tap dancing and dragging their knuckles. My wife said, I'm going to do what my wife said. Happy wife, happy life. No, it ain't going to work like that. She was made for you. The woman is to help me. She was made, the gospel said, I didn't say it. They said the woman was made for the man. I didn't say it. So if she was made for you, then she must be willing to fall based on the responsibility that man is in sync with God, because you got to be in sync. I don't think men should expect women to follow them and they're being goofy unless that man is an unbeliever and that woman is trying to bring him to the faith. But in general, if you're a spiritual man, then you got a whole level of responsibility as well. But there's a lot of rebellion with the modern woman, and men are saying enough is enough. We're not going to tolerate it. And I don't blame these men for saying, unless she fall under my masculine umbrella, unless she respect me and respect what my mission is, she can sit her ass on the sideline and let the wolves get her, because the wolves are coming. And when the wolves come, then who shall be able to stand? Because I said it earlier, security boss, we talk about a class of warriors. But anytime it comes to black men and the community, it's always predicated on this spurious notion that men always are the givers or the solicitors to helping build the community. But there's always in a spirit of servitude. But once again, the question remains, who's building him up? Who's protecting his ego? Who's giving him the loyalty that he needs? Who's allowing him to have the right to self-determination as it relates to relationship, as it relates to power, and as it relates to the laws of the land? Until we can answer that question, then we'll continue to talk in circles and nothing will get solved in a nutshell. Mark, go ahead, brother.
Yeah, Kosher, thank you. And Sahel, point on.
And shout out to my wife in the chat.
Definitely.
Yeah, Coach, my wife.
To all the women.
Boss, my wife says hello to you guys. She's in the comments.
Yeah. Shout out to that sister. Hold tight. Let me find her. Yes. Go ahead,
security boss, I hope, seriously, I hold you in high regards. I really do. And please don't construe this as an attack on you at all. Question. One question.
Don't be offended. Go.
Along this line, you say, how can we fix it? I think one, women have to drop this standard of, are you in line with God?
Mm.
Well, no. And I have a reason why I'm saying this.
Okay.
If you are going to make that judgment call, are you taking the place of the king, judging him?
Let me tell you something.
No, please wait. Let me finish my talk. Finish my talk. I'm not trying to cut you. Because if you are going to say, well, I won't follow you unless you are in line with God, you don't know where God is taking him.
Right.
Okay? That's number one. Number two, you don't know what his purpose under God's calling is.
Right.
So if you are going to say, well, because I don't see you following the purpose that I think God is calling you for, or God has placed on you, so I will not fall under your protection. I'm willing to be disobedient to God because I don't think you are obedient to God. That is a tough pill to swallow for women. Secondly, women enter into relationships.
That was 3 things in a row. Can before you go to the second one, can I answer the first one, please?
Sure, go for it.
Okay,
You're my sister, so go for it.
Okay, so listen, going back to the first thing you said, what women want are men that follow Christ, most women. And what we do, listen, the proper alignment doesn't matter. It's who you give your vows and say your covenants to. It's what your beliefs, it's what your belief systems are. No, men as leaders, head of households, they have to set an example. And if you're setting that example, that woman who's also the follower of Christ, who has also made those vows and that covenant, will follow you. It's not going to be in perfection because remember, you're not perfect. This is a building process. You're becoming one daily, but the man is setting the example. You're not putting, this is not a verbal thing. You're not saying you need to be in proper alignment. Well, I hope they're not saying that. I hope not. But that's how it looks. He sets the example, you follow. The second thing, when a man gets to the point where he's ready to find a wife, he should already have his purpose in place. If he does not have his purpose in place, he will have growing pains because he will be struggling with selfishness and what is it he needs to do, or what is his role is as a husband. It will be some problems. It's not that the woman won't walk it out with him because those vows and that belief system is still there. It's not like it can't work out, but there will be some issues. It will be some issues on her following, her submitting. There will be some growing pains. It's not saying that it won't work, but there may be some pushbacks. It will be. Okay, so can you go ahead and go to the second one now?
Okay, all right. I like this discourse. It's really sweet. The second part, I'll use myself transparency-wise. I wish I had allowed my dad. I'm on my second marriage right now. After my first one, my father offered to find me a woman. And I turned it down. In retrospect, nothing against both of the women that I've had for wives. However, in retrospect, I wish I had allowed my dad to vet a woman for me. Secondly, I wish I had, for my first marriage, again, I'm being open, I wish I had followed the vetting of my father-in-law. Women, especially women, more so women, you don't have room to make mistakes too much. Us guys, we can make mistakes and recover, but women don't have room to make mistakes. You need to allow men in your lives, not women, because women are too emotional. Men, I have 2 daughters, and believe me, if they will allow me, I will vet the men in their lives. So women, please let us men vet men for you. And by so doing, again, You want the purpose to be cemented in place. What if it is not? What if you have to come along and walk beside him, not to define his purpose, but to help him in discovering his purpose? You say, you use the word that's analogous to partnership. We work together. No. You help him. You keep the house in place. His place is in the marketplace, not in the home. Because Proverbs 31 woman does all these things, the man sits at the gate with his peers. Women want us to sit in the house with them to show that we are doing things with them, instead of us being able to be in the marketplace to get things done. And according to Kevin Samuels, without men, sorry, nothing gets done in this world. You women, you need men to have things done.
I like.
Can I add a little bit to the conversation?
But wait a minute, was there a question in there for me? Because was there? Again, please understand. I'm not. Again, that's why I said I'm not out against you. I'm adding to this discourse. It wasn't necessarily just for you alone, security boss. It's for us men. One of the things I enjoyed about Kevin Samuels is this. Yes, a lot of people listened to him and thought he was just talking to the women. If you have discerning ears, I learned a lot from Kevin Samuels. And I came into his space after he started talking to women. In no way am I a 10% guy that all the women want. But believe me, I will carry myself as a 10% guy and not put up with all of the women that are out there right now. So listen, I agree with you on the vetting. I really like that idea. And
hold on. He wasn't. I just want to prop.
I can't. We can't hear you.
We can't hear you very well.
I wanted to respond to the brother, at some point, but because I wanted to give him credit for what he was saying, because I think in a lot of ways that the modern woman, even the modern Christian woman, again, the idea that we should be on page with her, I think is kind of a misguided idea. The idea that we should be listening to a woman, and I'm not saying you specifically, say that we need to be on page with her, and if we do this, she's going to be out of alignment. It's like, but it all falls on us. But somehow we're supposed to be in alignment with her every day. And again, and I think maybe the problem, a lot of women, Christian women, even some of the women who half agree with him, he was saying it's all or nothing. It's like the woman needs to be on page with the man, period. Like I said before, in terms of the marriage, in terms of everything.
So let me ask a question. Can I ask a question? Because
yes, ma'am.
I'm hearing.
Wait, hold on. Let her ask the question. Yes.
Yeah, my question
guys, go ahead and secure the ball. Go ahead, secure the balls. Go ahead.
Okay. This is proper alignment with the word of God. This is the Bible. It has nothing to do with the woman. The man, the husband is the head. The woman is proper alignment with him. So I'm not sure. I don't know if I heard him say anything about the man being in alignment with him. They're together. He's first.
What the problem is, security boss. What the problem is, is that it's a secular issue and it's a Christian issue. You have secular people trying to apply Christian rules. It's not going to work because they don't understand the way it works. And just like you were saying, the man is accountable to God, the woman is accountable to the man, the women are accountable to the woman. And see, that's straight from the book. That's straight from the Bible. And when you have a Christian standard that as Christians try to apply and try to live, you have people who are not Christian trying to apply those same standards and wonder why it doesn't work or don't understand it.
Pushback. The black church itself.
We're not talking about the church. Ian, we're not talking about the church. We're talking about the Bible. Don't confuse the two. Don't confuse the two. If you want to have a standard of what a marriage is supposed to be, go to the word. Don't go to the man, go to the word, and you will know what your responsibility as a married man is supposed to do. And what the problem is that we have a secular teachers telling us as married men what to do, and it's not in alignment with scripture, and that's where the problem comes in. And
Nah,
you
brother.
just said something about a modern Christian.
Our preachers, our black male preachers.
What did I just say?
You had a black male preacher who came out and attacked.
What did I just say?
Ian,
what did I just say?
Let's understand that the problem is not
guys, too many people talking. Come on, hold tight. Go ahead.
Ian,
I just wanted to make that rebuttal.
I understand that. I said, do not look at man. That's the first thing I said. Do not look at man. If you want to know what your responsibility as a man in the confines of a marriage, if you don't know anything about nothing, and you come in and say, hey, I want to be married, what am I supposed to do as a man? Go to the book, go to the Bible, and this will instruct you how to carry yourself as a man in a marriage. Now, the problem is that we live in a society that at one point in time it used to agree with it. Now our society does not agree with it. And so where do we get our moral compass from? Where do we get how to be a man?
But
movies,
so
television.
Bro, let me just say this, because I was trying to say something and I got cut off originally by
okay, go ahead.
By the sister who wanted to speak. But the point that I was making, and to your point, what I'm saying is that you have women, right, trying to vet men, so you're saying go to the Bible, right?
And if you want instruction on how to be a man in a marriage, yes.
But understand this, right? Like the sister, even on the stage, she's talking about she's going to vet in her own with her own understanding. She's not talking about going to the Bible and saying, okay, are you going by this scripture? Or are you going by that scripture? She's saying in line with Christ. We all have a personal relationship, what I'm saying, with our Creator, right? And for her to say, okay, whether or not I'm going to follow my man is whether or not he's in alignment, right? That's kind of subjective based on her own opinion. But if you come out and say my man is following the word of God, she's saying she's talking about a relationship. And then she's going back, then she's even going further and saying, oh, the man needs to be working on his relationship with his wife every day instead of the fact of his purpose and his calling. And the wife is supposed to be working on her relationship with him as the helpmate. So what I'm saying is that in a lot of times these black church females, right, even the ones who are submissive, they still have this kind of hubris, right, about them, where they're talking about, oh, you know, I'm so spiritual and my man needs to be super spiritual guy or whatever, and he needs to have all his ducks in a row and this and that. But again, like the other brother said, he might be going through certain trials and tribulations. Look at Job. Look at Lot's wife. Understand, this is not about trying.
If I heard her correctly, she said.
And can I respond as well?
You shouldn't get married if you don't know your purpose. That's what I heard. Did anybody else hear?
And I do, and that was what I heard.
Guys, come on.
Security boss, don't worry. This Kosher, please forgive me. Let me say this, please. Okay. Yes, security boss is the only female on the panel.
Well, guys, but hold tight, Mark. We gotta talk in synchronicity. Everybody's trying to talk, and nobody's being heard. So just hold tight. Go ahead, Sir Hill. Go ahead, brother. I want to make sure because he's been quiet. Go ahead, Sir Hill.
Yeah, I just want to say I can't see the guy with the bearded deal. I'm a little jealous. I'm gonna just put that out there. I can't get mine a girl, but we'll talk about that later. What you said was it's a very interesting point that I agree with as a Christian man myself. That a lot of times we just get information from the church and we don't do ourselves service by going to read the book that we hear. So the point you made is absolutely facts on that we have to read the word for ourselves. And then when we go to church, that's a place where we go get confirmation and some insight to what we might not get from our own reading. So I do want to put that point out there that we need both, and both do go hand in hand.
Can I speak this time, Kosher?
Well, forgive me again, security boss. I'm going to preempt you. And this is in defense of you, okay? it might seem that we are attacking you, and I don't want you to please walk away with that at all. Like I said before, I'm not patronizing you in any way. I love you and I respect you and I admire what you are doing. Even when I disagree with you, I still admire what you are doing. And we men, when I say women, men in general, we still need to take a leadership role. We really do need to take a leadership role. And it's very courageous of you to come into this space, security boss, to say, hey, I'm going to offer my thinking, my thoughts. And the challenge that I see now, and I hear whether spoken or unspoken, is this. Us guys, we've learned to be men from the coddling of our mothers.
I agree.
So therefore, when we enter into relationship, the satisfaction of being coddled by a mother, we're still seeking.
Right.
The hardness of being a man to a woman, we don't want to give that because we don't want to offend the mother.
Right. I see.
So, and the women have been conditioned, hey guys, don't offend the mother, don't offend me. If you don't offend your mother, don't come here and offend me. So we need to be sensitive, us guys, that I am going to offend you by taking my stand. It's my vision. It's my plan. It's my roadmap. It is not yours.
Right.
Work with me. I don't get to work with you. I have made the mistake of surrendering my roadmap to somebody else. Being transparent. And I know the price that I'm paying for it. And once a man surrenders that roadmap, it's very difficult. It's a big challenge for him to get that roadmap back. And that's why, Kosher, we've talked about this before. We might have to burn this down in order for men to be able to get the roadmap back.
No, I agree, man. I think what you're saying is that men have been so conditioned in a gynocentric society that they don't do things based on power and position. They do things based on feelings, based on how they've been conditioned by their mothers. With almost 70 to almost 80% of boys and children, boys and girls being born in single-parent home, they never seen authority and power. You know, if many saw Christ walk and manifest in the earth, they would hate him. Because when he saw the woman that was in adultery, he told her, he said, woman, he said, go and sin no more. He just said, man, please stop sinning. He said, woman. He spoke with power and authority. And so a lot of our women, boys and girls, are not used to it. Being a therapist, I see it all the time. A lot of times it's me just talking in general. I had people tell me, I say, you're tall, your voice is too deep. I've had people tell me to diminish myself, not to make people scared. I said, I'm not doing that. I'm not going to lower my voice. My voice is going to be booming the way God made me. I'm going to die with a booming voice. But we're so devoid of true masculinity that anytime we see it, we don't know how to respond to it because we live in societies where the people in leadership position are mostly women. You go to the school system, the majority of the principals now are women. It used to be men, but it's not men anymore. You go to a lot of the churches now. The churches, are filled with women pastors. And I'm not trying to cast any aspersions on women and clergy. I do believe that men should be the leaders, as far as being over the women in church. That's what the gospel says. When you go to a lot of auxiliaries, you see women in position, and the boys don't see masculine authority. So when they come into the relationship, after 20 to 23 years of social conditioning, where you see your women in power, then how can you give your women instruction and lead them when you've been raised in a matriarchy where masculinity is chided and gynocracy or matriarchal thinking is exonerated? So the men are not even equipped to be husbands and leaders because they need to change the law in their mind. Shout out to Mr. Palmer. Until they change the laws in their mind, they cannot adequately lead. That's why it takes strong men to train boys to be men. And you're right, Mark. She should be following your program. It's not your job to follow her program. I didn't say it. The gospel said in the book of Genesis, he said he will have rulership over her because of the curse of sin, because Adam didn't do his job. He let his woman get out of position and out of synchronicity, and she failed. So I do agree with Security Boss in part, where she's saying that men is partially responsible if she goes astray in part. But men need to be men. We need to be the mantles of masculinity. But I think it's hard for men to be men in America when anything that's a vestige of masculinity is always under assault. And that's why we need to have these cogent conversations.
So kosher, that's our responsibility as men to stand as not males, men. See, a lot of people get it twisted.
Yes, sir.
That's our responsibility as men to give an example and show how real men carry themselves. And when you stand up as a man and lead as a man, it hurts. People they don't want to hear it. And
that's true.
Getting back to what we was talking about earlier. So since we on this topic, I've always said it's the man's fault, and I tell you why. When you have men who don't stand up when you have males who don't stand up as men, things go amok. You know, from men in families touching family members that they have no business touching, from men not standing up, being responsible, from men not standing up, leading the household. It's in you. It's in you. And like you said, but I understand the reason why, but we have to change that narrative. We have to change that narrative because it's saddening when you have males who have been raised by women and they and when they come to deal with other men, they act just like a woman.
No, I agree with that. I agree with that. I Lewis. I'm gonna let security boss speak. I want to make sure
we got to stand up. We got to stand up.
But what I'm saying is this. Once again, I think in theory you're 1,000% correct, and I do agree with you. I say in theory, Lewis, because the culture is not conducive to shaping the psyche of a man. The culture got to be conducive to shaping the psyche of a man. That's why I say what you're saying in theory is the truth. But in fact, until we have a culture that's in synchronicity with more or less impacting or more or less building the psyche of a man, then it's going to be harder to do. Now, are there some smaller things that men can do that we don't need the culture to tell a man not to, let his woman disrespect him in public? But what I'm saying is a lot of our boys and men have been so conditioned to take that disrespect that they continue to allow it. And a lot of that is due to how they've been raised and been upbringing. Security boss, go ahead, sis.
You know what? It's okay because the other two young men made my point. And the last young man that spoke actually brought it home. I just didn't want to be misquoted, but it's okay.
I think that where I hear me, I think that where I was coming from, though, because when I was in the chat and security boss was saying that, the way that you guys are talking. No wonder that you don't have a woman and this and that and so on and so forth.
Okay, but wait a minute. I can't continue to let him do that. I never said anything about a man not having a woman. What I said was.
Hold tight. Go Mark. Ian, hold tight. Go ahead, because I want y'all to hear each other. Go ahead. And we're gonna end the stream in a minute.
What I said was that the way that the men are coming towards me, I can understand why the women don't come up on
again. That is in a nutshell what I'm saying. Exactly. That is exactly what you said. All right, let me finish my statement. Let me finish what I'm saying. Good.
Kosher. I really need to finish my statement. He's been finishing his statements the whole day.
Guys, listen.
I'm talking and she cut me off. So, and I allowed you to clarify. I'm going to finish my statement now. Now that you've made your clarification, right? It said no wonder the females this, but the problem again with that statement is who gives a damn about what they feel and what they think about how we talk. That's not their purview, right? Their purview is to help us. Can you stop talking while I'm talking for 1 second?
Guys.
Excuse me. Ian.
Come on. Hold on. Listen, guys. If we're not gonna have a level of respect, we gotta have respect. You don't have to agree with the positions, but we gotta have respect for one another. All right? We gotta have respect. Let's hold tight, Mark. Hold tight, Mark. Hold tight. It's too many people talking and nobody's not listening. Ian, I need you to succinctly address your point. Free of, and I know you're passionate, but respect the lady, man. I know you're a passionate brother, but go ahead and say what you need to say, because I do respect her and her husband, and I don't want her to feel disrespected.
We got past that. I'm making my
Go ahead, Ian. Go ahead and make your point, brother. Go ahead.
I'm making my point now. We're past that. Again, what a woman feels. Again, like you said about the booming voice and how men talk and so on and so forth. Nobody gives a damn, right? Again, we have been conditioned to care about how women feel and think that somehow, based on how we interrelate with these women who want to control and dominate us, somehow that's going to determine, right, whether or not we are in harmony and in sync with our Creator, with our God. And what I'm trying to say that's not it. Right, I can say whatever I want in the chat, right? And whether or not a female looks at that or not, that's not what she's supposed to be looking at. She's supposed to be, as the brothers already said, she's supposed to be looking at my purpose, my mission, so on and so forth. She's not supposed to be there trying to critique, my soft skills or not, right? Like let's stop the cap and stop the BS. I'm not interested in how you feel about any damn thing I'm saying, and you don't even have to damn like me. Right. But if you're going to be a helpmate, I don't need your opinion. I just need you to do the work that I think is necessary to be done.
Right. You're talking about women in general. Correct, Ian?
In general, yeah.
Right. In general.
Yeah.
All right. Got you.
In general, right.
Got you. I got you. Go ahead, security boss. Mark, everybody's trying to talk, brother. I gotta let security boss talk, and then you can talk after her. She got a big 6'3" husband in the back, man. She's fine. She got a big husband. He's a big dude, so she's fine. She's fine. Her husband's literally in the back, so she's fine.
I know.
But go ahead, secure the boss. In about 2 minutes, we're gonna end this stream. It's been a great stream. Ian, I love your passion. Secure the boss, I love your candor. Sir Hill, of course, I love you. Mark, I love your wisdom, and also Ian. These conversations are important. The passion is important. I'm glad that nobody's sugarcoating, because this is what happens a lot of times when women do come in men's spaces. Men hold back. They don't really say what they want to say. But I know we're trying to keep things in frame. And I do love and respect Security Boss and her husband. And that's why, they do hold a special place, because, I met the brother. He's a good brother, and I respect her as well. But I do love Ian's passion, and I love the fact that he's being raw. And so, but Security Boss, speak your piece, dear. And then I'm going to hear from everybody. But before we do this, guys, before Security Boss speaks, because I'm going to end this stream, man, because I'm old. I got to give me some rest, man.
This is the part of the show where we find solutions.
On the show, we find solutions. So real quick, Security Boss. First of all, I want you to add to the conversation based on what Ian is saying. And in less than 5 minutes, let's talk about solutions. We're going to do a psychic soul train from Security Boss to Sir Hill, to Security Boss to Mark, then Sir Hill, and then Ian. Then we're going to end the stream, because this is a 5-hour stream. But I believe we could do it for another 5, man. But I ain't going to be involved. I got to get me some rest, man. I got things to do in the morning. But go ahead. Go ahead, Security Boss. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Okay, so listen, Kosher, thank you for having me here. But I just want to say this. On my platform, I do care about women, because I am trying to have the ones to come out that want to be married, that want to be wives. So it's very important that they do have a platform where they can speak to whatever it is they need to speak to, and not be cut off or not be judged just, because they're women. So that's what the comment that I made was about. Because I am a woman, and to have women and or men to attack me for a statement that I make is not acceptable. And that's what the comment that I made was about, because I do have a platform for women. I do want everybody to be married that wants to be married. So that's what that was about. And that's all I wanted to say to that point. I just want people to understand that it's not about throwing women away. There are some good women out there, and the sisterhood is there. And it's very difficult for them to leave the sisterhood, because there's not a safe place for them to go. So the sisterhood in numbers is good, and you can be whoever you want to be over here and what have you. And I'm saying to you, to men, there are some good women out there. They're not perfect, but they're willing.
No doubt. Thank you, Security Boss. I appreciate it, dear. Go ahead, Mark. Under 5 minutes, man. We're going to go off the stream, man. It's about 32 minutes after hour, 12 o'clock in my DJ voice. But go ahead, Mark.
Security Boss, it's an honor having you here with the Kosher. I have enjoyed I will call you a guest host, not just guest co-host with Kosher, even though it's Kosher's channel. And to us guys, according to Kevin Samuels, we've got to do the work. I am in the middle of doing the work, and our women has got to see us doing the work. If we're going to be able to hold ourselves high, I am having to do the work. If there's one admonishment I will give to Ian and to myself and to men in general, we need to learn to bridle ourselves. We really need to learn to bridle ourselves. No, please. So that women want to respect us, unless I'm wrong. Most women want to respect us.
Right.
Did I say something wrong?
No. I was laughing at what my man said. Ian took the bottle to the head. I was laughing at that. That's why I was laughing at.
Right.
No, I wasn't laughing at you.
Okay. So what I would say is that again, truthfully, security boss, you've shown what women should be looking for tonight. You've shown that to me, and I hope the 5 to 10% that kosher men have told you before qualify for marriage will really take this lesson to heart, and the older women amongst you women will take the younger women and train them to be ready for us, and at the same time be praying for us guys to identify and work towards our purpose. And for us men, the young men, we need to learn to bridle our tongue, learn to bridle our movements, and the old men cast visions for us to work with, dreams for us to dream with. And that's I don't know how to break it down to be the solution that Kosher always asks for at the end of his show.
It's all good, man. I appreciate your candor, brother. Go ahead, Sir Hill, man. Break it down for us, brother, real quick.
First of all, I want to say shout out to the Kosher Clinician. Thanks for having me on tonight.
No doubt.
And to Security Boss. Yeah, listen, I follow Security Boss for a number of reasons. When I first met and I saw her content, I'm like, oh, heck no. Oh, heck no. And then I started to listen to the Auntie Security Boss. And you start to see that she is putting work in. And I want to encourage brothers. A lot of us got perspective on things. But my hope is that when we have someone coming in who's doing the work, whether we completely agree or not, that we respect the work that they are doing and treat ladies like ladies. I think somehow our perspective, we talk to our women like they dudes and then complain that they acting like dudes. So we got to treat women like women and always show that respect. Right. The last part to this is solutions. I love what Mark just said. As a man who's been married for 15 years, I got a housewife, all the bills, all you name all the stuff. I'm a traditional man. It's very important that as we're telling men that they've got to do their own work, that we got to put it out there that our sisters have work within themselves that they have to do as well. That's not predicated on what a man does. So that message has to go both ways. The last part to this is fathers got to start raising their daughters in the right way as well. A lot of us have put our daughters at a disadvantage because some of the hard truths we should have told them growing up, we protected them from. And so it's going to start with us fathers fathering our daughters in a way, preparing them to be wives. So I think it's going to start in the home as well. But I wanted to say that I appreciate all you guys, Mark, Ian, and the guy with the beard that I'm a little jealous of. I appreciate you. Thank you so much for having me tonight, Kosher.
No doubt, brother. And listen, I haven't forgot you, man. You know how Leos do. We're going to do that show that we talked about in private. We just got to figure it out. You let me know when you're ready. Hopefully we can do a weekend show. It's going to be comprehensive. So I haven't forgot you, man. You know, like they always say, you got a ram in the bush, though.
Hey, you OG. I'm trying to get on your schedule, so I look forward to it.
Well, listen, man. You know, I'm loyal, so if I say I got you, man. So we're gonna make it happen. Just let me know when you're ready, and we're gonna make it pop off. Who do I get next? Real quick, who I gotta get next? Is it Ian Mark, Ian Lewis? Go ahead, Mr. Lewis, real quick. Solutions moving forward, brother. Go ahead.
Okay. Thank you for having me. And only thing I would like to add, well, a couple of things. But the first thing is that I don't assume that everybody has a personal relationship with Christ, and if you want to, have a helper to help you go forward in everything that you do with marriage, and that's what we're talking about right now. Get a personal relationship with Christ, because it's times that the flesh will rise up and the Holy Spirit will push you down and remind you that you are a child of Christ. And and the second thing I want, marriage is a good thing. It is a good thing. But if you want an example, if you want to know how to be a man, or how you should carry yourself as a man, just read the word. And thank you for having me.
Oh yeah, no doubt. I think, man, like I said earlier, I said it several times, man, marriage is beautiful, but the ground is fallow. The ground needs to be broken up some. And that's why we need these conversations. That's why we need remnant women like Security Boss trying to lead other women to the promised land. But I do stand firmly that the laws need to be changed if we're going to have that stable union. Thank God she's a grateful woman. She's wife ready and wife worthy, but a lot of them don't think like you, Security Boss. They ain't thinking long term. They only thinking about
only
how I feel.
5%.
Right. They only think about how I feel for the moment. And, I heard one lady say, she said, well, marriage don't supposed to be forever. She said, you fall in love, you fall out of love. So, and when I heard that, I said, yeah, I see why men are not damn getting married. Because with that kind of mindset coming in, who said marriage is supposed to be forever? You fall in love and you fall out of love. And guys are saying, I got too much to lose with that kind of mindset. Either you in it for the long haul or you're not. And that's why, Security Boss, once again, I'm grateful and honored to have you in. But that's when you'll start hearing the passion of Ian Graves and other brothers, because they're so angry. They're angry a lot of times because for so many years they feel like they haven't been heard. And so when they feel like they try to bring their position to the forefront, not saying you, a lot of time people either try to minimize their position or they're tone deaf. They don't really hear it. They hear it, but they don't hear it. And what guys are saying, we got to be more pragmatic in our responses to modern women and relationships. And like I said, you are a relic of the past, an iconoclast to many, but loved by many as well. And I respect you highly. I respect Chief. And like I said, if you ever need me to come on, continue to do some work for you, and we can continue this conversation, we'll definitely do it. These conversations are needed. It's good to hear your perspective. It's good to see how men and women think. Like I said, women are like spaghetti in their thinking. Men are like arrows. We just think different. It's like a wire. But we just think linear and logic. But that's how God made us, man. But anyway, but thank you, dear. I appreciate it, man. I'm gonna be back in Charlotte at some point. Maybe we'll see a We'll go to the Panthers game the next time. I'm gonna let you pay for it. Y'all big time. I'll let you and Chief pay for it. Y'all big time, man. So maybe we go to a Panthers game, man. Check them out, man. So, but I appreciate it. You have any final comments before we leave?
Is it on me?
Yes, ma'am. Any final comments?
Okay. No. Final comments. No, I just appreciate it. The conversations need to be had, and we need more work on having conversations, I think. But, I'm in a good place. I have a good life. I want to share that with other people. And if I can have something that I can share with other people, I'm definitely going to do that. And I'm going to be transparent with who I am. And if it's something that you take away from it, good. If not, then, maybe you can hear someone else. But thank you so much for having me here.
And no doubt, that's a deal, right? I appreciate it.
Right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right?
Yeah, and let me say, no hard feelings on my point. It was good. I appreciate your perspective, and you said a lot of good things. But at the end of the day, I'm going to give you pushback where I feel there needs to be pushback, and it has nothing to do with whether or not I'm a godly or I'm ready for a wife. It's the point is that there's a war and a battle out here that you're not privy to, right? And we're in the middle of it. You don't understand that. I don't expect you to understand that, right? So understand the passion that I come from is not about you. It's about there's a war going on, right? And you can acknowledge that or not, but I've seen it firsthand and I know it. Moses knows it. You understand what I'm saying? So, I got to give pushback, and not for the reasons that I think that you're out of line, but I think some people who look and see certain things that are said, they use them as excuses. A lot of black women use spirituality as excuses not to submit and not to do the right thing in terms of their man. they want to have the reins of the household and determine who he is and how things are run. And you know, in a lot of ways that's out of order. You know, in the churches that I've been in, Black women, you know, with just an inkling of Black male masculinity, they given a lot of pushback.
Respect. All right, guys, we're going to sign it off, man. It's been a great one, man. Guys, I appreciate it once again. Secure the Boss. Love you and Chief. Tell Chief what's up. It's been a great show. And Chief is definitely Leo, man. He's definitely Leo,
Security Boss, I doff my hat to you.
Thank you.
Ian, thank you, brother. Love you, brother.
We'll catch up.
Mr.
All
Lewis, right. Ian, I hope you find someone to soften your heart. We can't hear you. We can't.
I can't hear
no,
you.
I said I had a wife. She was physically and mentally abusive as well. You know what I'm saying? And you know, and I was doing the right things. And you know, that's just how it is. You know. So
I'm just saying. I mean, someone else to soften your heart. That's what I meant.
Yeah. I mean, I heard that. I hope so.
It's good. It's good over here, Ian. It's good. It's really good.
Right.
Hey, even the bad times. I understand that marriage is one of the greatest experiences that I had, even in the bad situation. So I understand.
No doubt.
All right.
Well, listen, guys, we're gonna sign off. Secure the Balls once again. Love you, sis. Tell Chief I say hi again, and we'll do this again. I hope being in the Lions Den didn't cause no consternation, but I love your candor. I love your bravery. No. We're good. And like I said, you know, you held your own, and I respect you for, you know, holding your own. So thank you, dear. And like I say, I like to have these conversations because I don't believe in censoring people. I believe in letting people speak as long as they're respectful, and I do everything in my power to make sure everybody's heard. So I appreciate Security Boss, you being a mature young lady and allowing the conversation to come into fruition. So guys, we're about to sign off. Ian Lewis, I appreciate it, brother. Much love and blessings, man. All right.
Thank you.
You guys be good, no doubt. Be well.
Good
Thank you,
night.
All right.
Are you a victim of brokenness and despair?